whether you are here as an entrepreneur, as a student, a gamer, professional, seeking new possibilities, we hope this summit brings new ideas and motivate you to pursue new goals with confidence. On behalf of the College of New Jersey, thank you for joining us today. We are here to support you every step of the way, to explore, innovate, and push boundaries. Let's make today a day of discovery and inspiration. So let's enjoy this summit. So now I would like to welcome to the members, the board members of the New York Expectation who are going to follow up, guide us through the entire process.
You go first.
Hello, everyone. Sean Johnson again from Porsche Brooklyn. Been in the automotive industry for about 26 years. Porsche 15 of that. It is a very lucrative and inclusive business. As I mentioned before, the car business, people look at it in two different folds. They think it's just buy cars and service them, right? There are so many aspects of the business that you can possibly venture into, from detailing to car rim repair to ceramic coating to PPF, which is the things that protect your vehicle. You name it. Even if you want to own your own shop as a mechanic, everybody knows about this new craze about the new EV side of everything. That's a branch that a lot of people haven't touched base with just yet, meaning that you can own your own shop possibly to service EV vehicles. Because although they don't have engines, they do have tires, they have brakes, they have some fluid things that you still have to maintain. So, say a manufacturer like Tesla, they don't have a branch like that. They don't have a lot of network service stations. So here it is, there's an opportunity if someone has an interest in doing something like that. You can also open up your own business that way as well. From my side of it, I got into the business as a sales consultant. I graduated from Lincoln University, so brother, and didn't really think about anything in the car industry like my family. My grandfather built engines for Cadillac, came from North Carolina. My great uncles, the same thing, and they were in the car industry. And as a kid, I remember having obviously like most people would say, a passion for cars and enjoying it. I didn't know that, right? So, and I say that to say that if you get into anything, it's best always to get into something you have a passion for. It doesn't become work. It becomes something that you work towards or to improve and get better at. But going back, it's one of those things where I got into the business and I really liked it, right? And I started with Ford. And oh, I thought you were talking. No, I'm sorry, lady. Well, I regress. And to the left of me, I thought we were going in.
Hi everyone, my name is Cindy Zarka. I just joined the board recently here and really thrilled to be here today to share my story and to hopefully make connections and bring some resources to some people. And thank you for having me. Oh.
Hi, I'm Jim Parker. I've been involved with Beyond Expectations for a long time, from way back. I think one of the reasons I've been involved is because it's about opportunities for young people, and there are so many opportunities in video production, which is what I do at Riverview Studios. We also brought along, you're going to hear from Mark Sterling, the TCNJ, and I happen to be board chair, so I brought him along today to make sure that you heard a little bit about opportunities through our public broadcasting.
Yes, my name is Alton Wright. I'm an artist, sculptor, painter, mixed media, and I'm here to break the rules, and that's what we do, break the rules and try to get away with it. So that's to encourage you guys to do it, all right? But that's what I'm here about as an artist.
save the detail for later. Trust me, it's going to be a fun presentation.
My name is Ryan Thompson. Proud to be a board member of Beyond Expectations, and I will just encourage you all, especially those of you who just met Ms. Leontine recently. I can tell you the program works. My son is a part of Beyond Expectations. Super proud of the progress that he's been making through all the wonderful connections that he's been making. So get involved, be a mentor, be a sponsor. And with that, actually, I would like to introduce Nadez from Truist Bank. If you would come up and join us, please.
Thank you, Ryan. Well, I'm good with people, but it's always one-on-one, not to go with people. But I want to say thank you for. I will also be a part of this event today, and we at Truist we love to work with communities, small business. We love to empower people to win the best of the financial priority. Um, I am the branch leader at the Union Branch, not too far away from here, and I just want to let you guys know I would be love to always be a part of that community to continue helping this community to grow, especially our young people that are coming, who's going to replace us, for them to be able to grow strong financially, because we do believe at Truist if our client and also our community are strong financially, we also gonna be strong. So we believe on each other. Thank you.
And we would like to bring up our fearless leader. Ms. Lacey Ayla Nelson, Vice President.
Yeah. Can you come back up, please, ma'am? First of all, thank you to everyone that is here with us today, and those of you who are joining us live stream today. This is a very special day for us. I know it was all over the literature, but it's actually our 25th year anniversary, so we are excited that we are still here. We're still vibrant. We've celebrated the first 25, and now I'm excited about turning the torch over to the next generation for the next 25. And it's neglected to share, but I'm going to share that Truist is actually our title sponsor for this event today. So can we please give it up for Truist? And as part of that sponsorship, they were kind enough to make a donation for our students. So at this time, I would love to bring up. I don't know how they're going to hold these cameras and do all of these things, but we need to Beyond Expectations. Just for a minute. Jediah Anderson. Janae and JJ Jeter. I know it's on the tripod, Jared, but you're going to have to come up here for a moment. Jared Mars. Gabriel. Oh. Okay. So I just wanted to make sure. I don't know who's going to take this shot, but please somebody try to grab. We might have to squish in everybody. Everybody squish in. We want to make sure that we share this.
Yeah, we forgot Trina. We forgot Trina.
Over here, especially behind me. In the corner, everybody. Sorry about that. Okay. My girl, you can't be behind me. You see what's in front of me. Come on, everybody. Really quickly.
You younger folks can kneel down.
Come on, man. The whole I thought you guys were gonna. Oh,
you want to do yours?
Like stoop down.
You got to turn like this for everybody.
There we go. Yeah.
Gabriel, Jediah, JJ, the Entrepreneur Academy. Okay. Okay. Good news. without any further delay, as I mentioned, we've been celebrating the first 25 years of Beyond Expectations, but we are getting ready to turn the reins over to all the young people that you met here today. And I am getting ready to introduce a young man who has been with Beyond Expectations since he was 13 years old. He's not 13 anymore. I'm going to let him tell a little bit more about it. But he is going to be our facilitator for the first time ever. Now, we've been hosting our summits virtually for the last 4 years, and he's facilitated online. But this year, he's going to facilitate in person. So everybody, please help me welcome Mr. Jediah Anderson.
Alright, thank you, Ms. Leontine. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to welcome you to the Business and Career Summit. My name is Jediah Anderson. I have been with Beyond Expectations since I was 13. Was a former student at West Deptford High School, and one thing that Beyond Expectations have shown me is that it's always good to make connections not only by yourself but for people around you, because it can get tough by yourself. So I just learned to kind of help lean on people, and just it helped me far as making connections and far as getting me off the ground, far as like HopeWorks that was recently here. It's part of the program that I'm in that helps you basically learn professionalism as a young entrepreneur. So I thank them, and also with that being said, I would like to introduce the first panelist that comes up here. If Alright, so how panels are gonna work is I want you guys to save your questions until the end, and I'll wait the panelists to make their way up here, please.
Everyone, well, I'm here representing the Small Business Development Center here at the College of New Jersey. A little bit about our organizations. We provide technical assistance to individuals or people who are looking to start a business or existing businesses also. We help them in every stage of the way, from developing a business plan, a marketing plan. If they're looking for finances, we connect them with different lenders. We don't provide the funds, but we connect with different lenders and with banks, and we work together with ABA, Chase Bank, Truist Bank. So there are many lenders available to address the needs of the business. We also help them, and if they have any questions in regards to procurement, doing business with the government, the state, local levels. Anybody who's looking to start a business, we help them with the business registration also. We do provide technical assistance with QuickBooks, HR. So every aspect of the creating a business or forming a business, we are providing assistance. Also, throughout the year, we have many events. We do seminars and webinars. And the majority of them are no cost, are all business related, and we also provide resources. And the beauty of our center is that all the counseling is at no cost to you, thanks to the taxes that we all pay. All the taxes, portion of those taxes are put into these programs available to all of you. Also, we do have the support of the Small Business Administration, the State of New Jersey, and in our area, Mercer County Office of Economic Development. And thanks to them, we also manage the Spanish program as well. The Small Business Development Center is an organization who is nationwide, has more than 1,000 centers through the state, through the United States, and 10 of them are in the state of New Jersey. So if you're looking to assist them with the Small Business Development Center, please connect with us. We're really happy to assist you. All the services are no cost to you, and anybody can request at any time. It is a pleasure to be here with all of you. So hopefully we can learn and address your needs. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Linda Medley. I am the Community Development Manager for Truist Bank for Pennsylvania and New Jersey region. At Truist, our purpose is to inspire and build better lives and communities. Our purpose is the foundation of everything that we do. Every word of our purpose was carefully chosen, and for me, community is what brings it all full circle, filling that sense of connection as we all do this meaningful work. Truist's commitment to this region is beyond the business that we conduct. It's about investing in the well-being and the progress of people in the neighborhoods in which we do business, and we look to make this region unique. To help achieve this goal of making our community better, Truist supports a variety of different nonprofits and organizations that align with our purpose and our mission through various investments and opportunities. Specifically for what I do as the Community Development Manager, I have the honor and the privilege of ensuring Truist compliance with the Community Reinvestment Act by meeting the credit needs, not only credit needs, the investment needs, and the service needs of the clients and the people in the communities in which our footprint is located. We work closely with our community partners to help with knowledge and tools to help the community build financial confidence and freedom. Specifically in this role, I have the honor as well as helping put on a variety of different programs and workshops around financial literacy. We have 2 tracks for that. We have the Consumer Resources Academy as well as the Small Business Academy. And with those, we have a variety of different programs and workshops that we can come out to different nonprofit and for-profit partners and just to educate everyone about financial literacy, whether it's small business, access to capital, whether we're doing things for economic development in terms of upskilling workers, helping on-the-job training, and those things of that nature. And additionally to providing financial literacy and career development training, we have a wonderful new program that we're rolling out in 2025 called Truist Life Money and Choices. It's a wonderful, fun, interactive financial literacy program where we're teaching. It's geared towards high school students and college students and young adults, but I think it can help all of us when it gives you real life world experience of learning how to budget. So you're giving different real life scenarios and you have the opportunity in a fun and interactive way to figure out. So if anyone wants to learn more about that program, I'd be glad to talk with you more about it. But as for today, thank you for the opportunity to come and talk about what Truist does. It is an honor and a privilege. Truist considers it an honor and privilege, and I personally consider it an honor and privilege the opportunity to be in the community and talk with others and see how we can have a greater impact together. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jabari Adams. I am a small business liaison with the New Jersey Economic Development Authority. For those who don't know who the NJEDA is, we are the economic arm of the state of New Jersey, so our job is to create equitable access for small businesses to operate and grow and scale in the state of New Jersey. Particularly my job is to connect small businesses with the grant resources that the state has. So right now, we have 4 grant programs. We have the Small Business Lease Grant Program, which provides small businesses with 20% of their yearly rent for the first 2 years. We have a Small Business Improvement Grant that allows businesses to get reimbursed half of what they spent to improve their businesses with furniture, fixtures, and equipment. That's capped at $50,000. We have a Small Business E-commerce grant that allows businesses to get online services. So this is online ordering, online appointment setting, website development, online marketing consulting. We pay a portion of that proposal through EDA. And then we also just dropped a program on October 1st, which is the Main Street Acquisition Program, which allows small business owners to get reimbursed up to $50,000 for closing costs on purchases of commercial real estate when their business is going to be operating. those are 4 grant programs that we have now. The state of New Jersey also does lend money for whatever we don't lend on. We also partner with banks like Chase and Truist as partners with them to help them lend on some of the products that they have. And then for everything that we do not do, which is very little, but the stuff that we do not do, we make sure, my job is to connect those small business owners with people like the SBDC, the SBA, New Jersey Business Action Center, all those other resources to help you provide the support and resources that you need to grow and scale. So thank you once again for coming today. I appreciate the opportunity to come talk about everything that NJEDA has to offer small business owners.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kim Aviles, and I happen to be Vice President and Community Manager for JP Morgan Chase. I am responsible for Staten Island, New York as a market, where I live, where I work, where I raise my family, and also in addition to working for JP Morgan, I am a small business owner, married to a serial entrepreneur. And so I see it from both ends. So the consensus of 5 minutes is a lot for me, but I'm going to do 2 things. One, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what a community manager does in a community, and also as a community manager, I'm also a certified wellness coach, financial wellness coach, and there's a responsibility I have to give you something to walk away with that hopefully can help everybody in here when it comes related to your finances. So the role of a community manager is a role that we initiated actually pre-COVID, 2019, and the idea and the thought behind it was, how do we move the needle and how do we make greater impact in our community? We understand what our legacy is. We also understand that there historically have been groups and individuals and communities that have been marginalized, and because of generational impact, have not always had the access. And even when you get the access, if someone else has started the race before you have, you always find yourself in a catch-up mode. And so how do we become more intentional in our responsibility in the community? So as a community manager, I get to bring the resources of the nation's largest bank at a community level to make it accessible for all. And I do that in 4 key ways. One, I spend a significant amount of time partnering with elected officials and community-based organizations. So though I'm in Staten Island, I was talking to Lillian earlier, I do a lot of work. I sit on the advisory group for our local SBDC at the College of Staten Island. I sit on the board of our local EDC, an Economic Development Corporation, and spend a lot of time helping other local small business owners do community engagement work. So we have a lot of talent and resources as a firm, and so one of my pillars is community engagement, and that could be sitting on boards, working with those community-based groups, so that when a local business owner has a need, we know we can't solve all the issues, and so we need other agencies who can advocate and uplift them as well. So that service sometimes looks like meetings, that service looks like board work, and also volunteerism, which on a global scale we have a huge initiative around, because sometimes local organizations just need a helping hand. So not last week, 2 days ago, I had a team at a local food pantry, helping them stock and also assist those coming in. The other pillar I get to support, which is near and dear to my heart, is centered around financial education work. And so that is we have a dedicated team that aren't splitting their time between managing other workload. They're 100% focused on community-based education. And we're having workshops virtually in person from the student level as young as 5 years old to dedicated university programming that we're doing throughout the country, in addition to everyone in between. So we had conversations earlier, whether it's about avoiding scams, or as technology is advancing in AI, how do we step into the space, embrace it, but at the same time protect ourselves, right? What is generational wealth? What does that look like? How do I build it? What's the difference between investing and saving? Because there is a difference. How do I build or improve my credit situation? What if I am currently debt burdened? What steps do I need to take to start making changes in my household right now? And so we spend a significant portion of our time educating the community, whether you bank with Chase or not, on those resources. The other piece, which is my baby, is small business development. And so we educate and work with small business owners through our free coaching programs, Coaching to Impact, and our Coaching for Education series that we do virtually. And then the pathway to homeownership. We're seeing in communities across the country the decrease in homeownership. And so how do I continue to own and uplift the community where I live? And what's the pathway to get there? So connecting them with agencies and groups that offer on the state or city level or county level down payment assistance programs, our grant-based initiatives. So that's the work that I get to do 365 days a year. But the biggest piece of what I do is imparting knowledge. So I feel like I'd be doing myself you a disservice if I didn't share a couple of things that I feel can help the greater audience. And so with that, when we start talking about building legacy and generational wealth, I want you to think about what is it that you actually own? Because there is no wealth building and there's no legacy without ownership of something, whether that be a business or what type of another form of asset, and that's a huge piece. And the second is in environments of uncertainty, and I saw this in COVID and in my almost 30-year career in various times throughout. We've had cyclical issues in the economy, whether it's because of the pandemic or other things, is where do you currently have a relationship? And so for everyone in this room, I love the fact that we have so many great financial institutions that are more accessible online, but especially for our younger generation, understanding the importance of cultivating relationships, because I saw why folks got the first rounds of money during COVID, because like many of them had people like me who were managing their relationships with portfolios. So when anything happens, you don't even have to call. You don't call me, I call you. I'm already tapped into your CFO or your accountant, and we're making those moves for you. But the reality is that's something accessible for everybody. And so it is so important that you cultivate a relationship. It's beyond the app. We love the apps. But who do you know that can advocate for you, your business, or your personal, or anything happens? So if you want to build a business and you want to start saving and investing, you want to buy real estate and leverage that as an opportunity for wealth, who do you know today in your current bank that can facilitate that and make that happen for you? And if you don't, then that's a challenge and that's an issue. And so I'm in a space where I want to start closing that gap for individuals. So if you're banking with us, how do we facilitate that? And if you don't have the privilege of having your business, that's something that you should be asking for the people that are managing your relationship, because it is critical for your long-term success. That's part of your, part of your professional, your own personal, your own personal team or advisory board should be the individuals that are managing the relationship, and that's beyond knowing the teller behind the window. So, thank you very much.
Hi, hello everyone. My name is Tish Lewis. I am the project director of the Mid-Atlantic Small Business Transportation Resource Center, which is operated by the Enterprise Center. So the Enterprise Center has been in existence for over 35 years. We're located in West Philadelphia, and the main goal of the Enterprise Center is to grow and scale entrepreneurs or underserved entrepreneurs' business. And so we do that in a lot of different ways. So some of that could be helping you access contracts or procurement. We also can do business matchmaking, connecting you to other businesses that need your work or whose work needs you. And of course, access to capital is a big one. We help entrepreneurs get loans, and also we are now doing equity investments as well. But even if you do not want to use the Enterprise Center, we can connect you with other banking institutions or different types of funding options that might be best for you and your business. We walk you through that. We're not the same as a traditional bank where we don't have the same requirements to meet. So we're not very pushy, we're much more educational based. And then lastly is business advisory services. So oftentimes we'll have different consultants that are working with us to work directly with you. So whether that be a digital marketing expert or an attorney or a financial expert, we usually take on the cost of those experts so that you can work with them directly. So that is what the Enterprise Center does as a whole. Me specifically, I am operating a contract through the Department of Transportation, which focuses on construction and transportation industries. So I help those clients specifically with the same agenda: procurement, access to capital, business advisory services, and matchmaking. So some of the programs that I have coming up in the spring includes our bonding education program, which is a 3-day event where we're teaching those in the construction and transportation field about bonding. A lot of our clients come to us with the expectation and the hope to work in a federal space, and bonding is a requirement of that. So we kind of guide them through the process, introduce them to different bonding agents, and then also introduce them to different projects that are happening in their area. And then we also had a 5-part financial series that's starting once a month starting in January. That's coming up. Each month we have a different topic to kind of increase financial literacy, and that's open to everyone. And then another initiative that we have going on is called the Women and Girls in Transportation Initiative. That is, we have 2 goals with that event. One goal is to help young women and girls have access to different internships. So we guide you through getting internships with the different agencies and partners that we work with. And then we also do educational programs and events to introduce young women and girls. And actually, it's open to anyone to different industries and career paths that they can take within, the transportation and construction industry. So with that being said, there are a lot of resources that are here today, and there's a lot of resources that are available to everyone. What I would like for anyone who's listening to take advantage of is their resources. Do not just reach out to one agent, reach out to all of them, and make sure that you utilize them to the best of your ability.
So good afternoon. My name is Crystal Spriggs. I'm PennDOT, Pennsylvania Department of Transportation Bureau of Equal Opportunity. And I'm joined today by my new addition to my unit, Mr. Garland Jones. So today I'm going to give an overview of our units and what we do for PennDOT. So I want to first start off with our mission. The primary mission of the Bureau is to ensure compliance in all related federal and state non-discrimination laws, regulations, directives, and executive orders in our department programs and outreach activities. The Bureau of Equal Opportunity staff supports PennDOT, its customers, employees, and partners in their efforts to attract businesses, residents, and stimulate the economy through compliance functions and outreach activities, such as these. So the Bureau is comprised of several equal opportunity programs. We have the Federal Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program, the State Diverse Business Program, the Contractor Compliance Program, On-the-Job Training Program, the Small Business Enterprise Program, Title VI Program, and the most recent program addition was the Mentor Protege Program. So we recently created a unit called the Small Diverse Business Opportunity Unit, which I now manage. Within that unit, we administer the State Diverse Business Program, the State Business Enterprise Program, and the Mentor Protege Program. So the Diverse Business Program we established in 2013, and it applies to PennDOT, the Turnpike Commission, and transit agencies. The purpose of that Diverse Business Program was to increase diversity and participation for construction and professional services related to transportation projects with 100% state funding. So the diverse business program is defined as any business that is disadvantaged, minority-owned, women-owned, service-disabled, veteran-owned small businesses, and are certified by either the National Minority Development Council, the Women's Business Enterprise National Council, the United States Small Business Administration, which now also have the Veteran Small Business Certification and that cert, and PAUCP, which you call it as Pennsylvania Unified Certification Program, which is also called the VBE certification. So PennDOT also established a Small Business Enterprise Program. That more underrepresented firms to improve participation and eradicate barriers to opportunities. So the proteges consist of the DBE firms requesting assistance for expanding their experience in the industry, including assistance with gaining pre-qualification work codes for contractors and moving into non-traditional areas such as consultation work. So we also created a mentor protege program to gain increased diversity and participation with these programs through outreach. And the creation of the MPP program was directly addressing the PennDOT's 2018 disparity study findings. The main purpose of this program is to provide avenue to connect experienced PennDOT contractors, consultants, and new disadvantaged business enterprises, and to assist with building and expanding their experience in the industry. In addition to that, we developed the Burst Business Support Service Center. The Support Services Center is to provide training and technical assistance in business development to DB firms to enable them to acquire experience and expertise necessary to compete on an equal basis with non-DB firms for PennDOT contracts and subcontracts. So if your company has one of the certifications that I mentioned earlier, you'll be able to obtain free services through these support services. In addition to the diverse business, the Mentor Protege Support Services Center was developed to increase diversity and participation to these DBE program contractors and consultants. We're focusing on seamless processes to assist them in the Mentor Protege and navigating the program. So I do have resources at the table in the back. I have links to the website and information regarding how to do business with the Commonwealth, different diversity programs, and different vendor portals and how to register, as well as QR codes to the support services. So I brought those along if anyone needs those. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Alright, so does anybody have any questions for the following panelists up here? No?
So I was curious, I know there's a lot for like small businesses. Does those same programs work for like nonprofit based businesses, or is it just for profit businesses? And this is open to anyone on the panel that works with small businesses.
So for us, we have a dedicated group that supports the nonprofit sector and the for-profit sector. Because though nonprofit, I always say this because I've started nonprofits as well, you know, there's some similarities in terms of the fact is it's still a business and you still need to find a way to earn revenue, right? So it's a tax designation. However, there are some unique tools and services that a nonprofit needs to tap into, or creative solutions because of the way you earn money, or the fact that sometimes you have to lay out money and then be reimbursed from certain funding sources. And so because of those unique challenges, we have a dedicated, our business team is broken up into two sectors, one that focuses for the for-profit group and nonprofit. And so there's a significant amount of resources that are available. Some of it that we do through our traditional lending, but also in here, the partners that we work with here, also on the nonprofit side, there are other groups that we work with that when a group can't fit our space, whether for-profit or not-for-profit, we partner with other agencies and groups who may be able to give them microloans or bridge loans to cover a small gap when they don't necessarily have sufficient revenue to meet our general standards as a bank. And I hope that answers your question. Okay.
As far as the EDA is concerned, our lender products that we have, I think out of about maybe the 5 or 6 programs that we have, I think at least 2 or 3 of them are open in nonprofit also. As far as the grants are concerned, all of our grant programs are open to for-profit and nonprofit, and they also all can be stackable. So if you qualify for all 4 of them, and you apply to all 4 of them, you can get all 4 of them, and it doesn't hinder you from getting any other funding that you get from any other resource that we have.
Thank you for your question. This is similar. We have partners or departments, lines of business that work both with for-profit and nonprofit partners, and as well as some of the workshops and the programs that I discussed. We would sit with you and sit with the organization to determine what's the best track, and we would work with our other partners within to make sure that through your relationship manager that you have the best, the best people working with you.
And similar here at the Small Business Development Center, we provide assistance for anybody who wants to start profit or non-profit. We start from the very beginning. The individual counseling is available to anybody who would like to start a non-profit.
Okay. So I have to give a little plug to SBDC real quick because they all do this whether no matter where you are in the country, but we needed to do some market analysis as we were preparing for a grant for one of the nonprofits. And it was the SBDC who actually helped us gather some of that data because we don't have the money to outsource a firm to get that, and they were able to do that so we could give a proper overview, understand the competitive landscape, and also what the current demographics were in the community that we were trying to serve and what those needs are. So they do a phenomenal job with that.
Any other questions before I introduce the next panelist? Alright, so for panel 2, I would like the following people to come down to
Hello, my name is Dawn Dewan, and I work for Urban Engineers. We're based in Philadelphia. I currently work as the Deputy Project Manager in our highway group, and we're a multidisciplinary civil engineering firm that serves nationwide. One of the things I saw that you'd like to know about is why I picked my job, or why I got involved in civil engineering. So civil engineers are responsible for the design, construction, and maintenance of the built environment. So anywhere that you go, pretty much, civil engineers have been involved in establishing some of the ways that you interact with that environment. And one of the reasons I got into civil engineering was because I like seeing my work out in the wild, so to speak. So when you drive down a road, somebody helped design and build that. When you go to the airport, someone helped design and build the infrastructure. We help maintain that. Managing water, we help maintain that infrastructure. So civil engineering is what I like to call a life cycle career. We go from planning stages all the way through maintenance to recycling. Go back to the design phase and rebuild it. So it's always there, it's always around you, and you get to interact with it every day. You don't need to be involved in that career and be involved in the science part of it. You could be on the planning side, which is dealing with how we design it and put it to the public. We take your input and try and make those projects work the best for everyone that interacts with that project. So things that happen, transferable skills, communication. Need that with every project you do, to be able to communicate and interact with other people. And then time management. Always try and figure out how to best manage your time so that you can deliver on time.
Hello, everyone. It's nice to be here. My name is Janice Keon Blackburn. I'm a retired airline pilot, and I'm currently flight instructing right where I was back in the 70s. Since most of you are small business and really not looking for a career as an airline pilot, I was told to speak from my heart. So I learned how to fly back in the mid-60s. Very, very few women back then. When I started my career as a pilot, still very, very few women. In the airlines today, lots and lots and lots of airline pilots, up in the thousands. 7% of them approximately are women, so it's still very, very small. I loved my job. I had the most fantastic job that there is to be. My office moved at 500 miles an hour, so every moment I was looking at something different. Every day was absolutely different. The incredible sunrises, the most beautiful sunsets, the clouds as they're building higher and higher and higher, and lightning off in the distance. You didn't like it if it was too close, but off in the distance, it was just incredibly beautiful. The pilot's halo. If you're looking down, if you're in a holding pattern, waiting to get into an airport because traffic is slowed down, and you're circling and circling, and there's some moisture out there, you can see your shadow, the shadow of your airplane, and there might be a rainbow around it, and that's called the pilot's halo. Absolutely loved that sight, and I have probably one too many pictures of it. Taking off out of New York City, you're in the fog, you get above the fog, and you can see just the top of the Empire State Building. So you can tell I didn't like my job at all. You're rolling down the runway, going faster and faster and faster, and as you break ground, you really feel powerful as you're climbing through that gray sky, and when you break out on top and see the beautiful sun and nothing below you except a blanket of cotton. We're coming down in a big airliner with lots and lots of people sitting behind you, and you're responsible for every one of them. And you get lower and lower and lower, and when the wheels touch that ground, and it feels like a kiss on the ground, you just feel like one in a million. So not everybody wants to be an airline pilot, but in aviation, there are so many careers. The FAA put out a brochure with lots and lots and lots of them. Most of these in here require college educations, but not everybody flying or involved in the aviation industry needs a college education. There are people who graduate from high school, they learn how to fuel aircraft, and they have a great career for a long, long time. Maintenance schools take about 24 months, and it's a whole lot cheaper than college. And mechanics are desperately needed today. The number of jobs out there across the industry, not just with the airlines, but with the FAA, with NASA, with all of the other companies that are starting to fly into space, you can't imagine what's out there. But we can come and talk, you can come over and talk to us afterwards. So all I can say is it is the most incredible thing, and I loved every second of it. I also enjoy teaching in little single engineer planes because I know I'm teaching the next generation of pilots. And thank you for being here today.
That's going to be really hard to follow up. I don't have anything nearly as poetic. She spoke very beautifully. Keep the expectations low. My name is Mark Sterling. I'm the business director for Central New Jersey Network. CNJN is a 501c3 nonprofit community access TV station. We're one of the few very active stations left in the state. It's becoming more and more of a rare sight. And for well over 30 years, we operated as Princeton TV. Something that kind of an obstacle we've been facing is modernizing community TV for the current age. But I think we've been doing a pretty good job so far. We've completely revamped the website. If you go check it out at cnjn.org, you can watch our entire live broadcast on there. We also stream on Roku, Apple TV, and Amazon. We have streaming apps. But we still broadcast as well. We broadcast on Comcast and Verizon in Middlesex, Somerset, Mercer, parts of Hunterdon. So pretty nice breadth of Central Jersey. We host shows on health and wellness, as well as entertainment, current events, and also local performances. Things like Cafe Improv performs in Princeton, and we host their shows every month. And people from the community come in and shoot programs that we air on our network. We have 2 studios, one in Montgomery that we mostly use for events now, such as we collaborated with the League of Women Voters to host a debate forum there for town council. We live streamed that so people could see, who they were voting for in these local elections. And we also have a studio in Trenton that we are currently refurbishing and renovating with all new equipment we were able to get through a very generous grant from the Civic Information Consortium. With the Trenton studio, we plan on partnering with as many nonprofit and small business leaders as we can in the area to allow them to come in and produce content. We really want to give these organizations the tools they need to become media proficient and have everything at their disposal to be able to bring attention to themselves and highlight themselves. And I would also just like to end on why I think community TV is still important, even in the modern age. Much like your local newspaper, I think it's very important to know what's going on in your own backyard. And I think a lot of people, as technology develops, we're getting kind of locked into our own little bubbles. And I think it's so important to know who your neighbor is and what's happening around you, down the block, down the street. And I think this is a great way to connect with those around you. So yeah, that's pretty much all I have for my piece. And we're always looking for new media, so if you want to connect with me, just come steal a business card.
If I told you my staff refers to me as your airworthiness, that should give you an idea of where we're going with this discussion. And not every career is about making lots of money. I've done a lot of things, and my current career right now, this is my 28th year in Civil Air Patrol, 13th year as the Director of Aerospace Education for the New Jersey Wing. So I do aerospace statewide. I serve on a number of aviation boards. I go to a whole bunch of high schools. Janice and I are both involved in another organization called the New Jersey Aviation Education Council. AOPA, Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association, has a 4-year free aviation program. There are 600 school districts. Right now we have, I just turned this off. There we go. I taught theater, I should know better. So there are 600 school districts right now. We have 24 in New Jersey that has adopted aviation. And the problem that I run into is that guidance counselors don't understand aviation. It's not about being an air transport pilot like Janice. It's not about being a private pilot like myself on it. It's a whole world of opportunities, and there are hundreds of things out there. So to kind of go on with that, I don't get paid for what I do. I was a high school teacher for 35 years. That's my income now. I have a pension. I'm happy with it. I work for the Air Force. They don't pay me either, but they allow me to travel around the United States on a national staff. So I've been all over the country speaking and promoting aviation. Last 2 years, I was at the Patrick Air and Space Force base down in Cocoa Beach. We got to watch up close and personal, well, within reason, several of the launches with the Falcon Heavies, and I saw the 2 boosters land 5 miles away from me, which was kind of cool. So I promote aviation. I started a long time ago, and I was always interested, wanted to be a pilot. Maybe it's every young person's dream. I would go to airports, and I would wash airplanes for free in return for a ride from the owner. And if he or she happened to be a flight instructor, I had them sign my logbook. So I had all kinds of hours, but I never found out about Civil Air Patrol until I was 45. It was a local pilot up in Sussex County, knew the area, told everybody he was going to fly the VOR. It's a navigation aid, GPS kind of made it not as popular as maybe as it should be, but it's still there. He flew in a different direction and he ran into a mountain. And if you've been in North Jersey, you know that our mountains aren't that big. And it was a clear day. So there was an article about the incident, and I discovered Civil Air Patrol. The fact that I already had a private pilot license and I was an educator, they sucked me right in and they said, you could be the assistant squadron aerospace education officer. I moved up in a little world. I work at Joint Base, but I'm never there, only because I'm somewhere around the state. Yesterday I was in Whippany. There's a company called CAS. They do flight training for corporate pilots. Have you ever been in a full motion flight simulator? You would swear you were in the airplane. It's quite a phenomenal experience. So I'm a guest speaker at conferences. That's why we're here, I guess. I've been at the NJEA, I've been at the Superintendents Association, the Board of Education Association, the PTO, been with Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts. It's exciting because it's paying back. We're promoting something that I think is very important. Why did I choose this career? It chose me. Hurricane Sandy, all right, some of you older children here remember Hurricane Sandy. Maybe you were in the way of the hurricane. I was in one of the airplanes that took photographs days after Hurricane Sandy. I can't tell you the destruction that we witnessed from the air. We took 158,000 photographs of New Jersey for FEMA. And that was before and after. That's kind of exciting there. How do you prepare for a career where you don't get paid? Well, as a director of aerospace education, and the fact that I was an educator, my college degrees sort of opened the doorway. I understand the educational system. My employment, 35 years in the Wayne Board of Education, and I taught theater, television, so I like all the cameras, and theater arts. You know, I talk the talk, I do the walk, I can communicate with superintendents of schools. I'm a field grade officer in the military. That's kind of cool too. But I don't like being called sir. That was my father. I like more mediocre Mike. It's exciting. And every day is a new learning experience. What do I enjoy most about my job? I get to travel. I get to meet people. I get to network. I've already networked with many of you. And it's exciting to learn what you guys do. My first job, as I said, I washed airplanes, and somewhere along the line I got my pilot's license. I never made a career out of it. Civil Air Patrol allowed me to become what we call an orientation flight pilot. I would take young men and women up for their very first ride in a powered airplane, or if you wander over to our table, there's a glider video. I don't need no stinking propeller, just throwing that out there. And giving the kids their first ride, and my favorite part is when I say to them, your aircraft. And I take my hands off the controls, and they fly. We have an academy nationwide. Janice is one of my instructors here in New Jersey in that program. We give them 10 to 12 hours of actual flight instruction. It is possible for them to solo. And I can't tell you the look on their faces when they come down, they get out of the plane, we make them kneel down. You know, we're not going to punish them, but we're going to dump a bucket of water on their heads. The celebration, part of the tradition. And the looks on their faces. And one of my favorite quotes, and I would like to take credit for it, but I can't. You probably heard of this guy, Walt Disney, and he said, if you can dream it, you can do it. So for the young folk out there and for those of you in business, make dreams come true.
All right, thank you. Happy to be here. My name's Joe Hofste. I'm a vice president with AECOM. We're a global infrastructure engineering firm across the globe. We're ranked #1 in water, transportation, general building, international market by the Engineer News Record. We're named 4th year in a row for the Fortune magazine's most admired companies. We're 52,000 employees. We're all across the world, which is neat because it allows me to reach out to anyone across the world and find out what we're doing in other markets. It helps me, network and communicate and know the latest technologies. I just got to be mindful of what time zone I'm calling when I'm doing that. We're in multiple service markets: architecture and design, construction management, engineering, which is highway, bridge, rail, and then aviation, water and the environmental, and also program management. So we manage a lot of contracts across the country. Some of our major clients, I'm based out of the Delaware office. I'm the site lead down there. Some of our major clients are DelDOT, New Jersey, DOT, PennDOT, SEPTA, Philadelphia International Airport for our local area, SEPTA and Amtrak. We work on some of the coolest projects across the world, and just to name a few. The One World Trade Center in New York, we helped rebuild that, and we worked on that project. Citi Field, and many other stadiums across the country, and many of the Olympic facilities out there. Warner Brothers World in Dubai, and then the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge. For DelDOT, which is my primary client that I help manage, we do a lot of construction inspection. So that's people going out there and watching the job and making sure the contractor is doing what they're supposed to be doing out there, and the state taxpayers are getting what they're paying for. My background is highway engineer, so I primarily focus on highway engineering. Before I was with AECOM, I was with DelDOT for 13 years. And then we also do structures, a lot of bridge structures throughout the state of Delaware, with rehabilitation and new construction on the bridges. We also do a lot of planning, so planning for future roadways, different connections. And then one of the things I've been getting into is the EV world, so electric vehicles. So I help with electric vehicle managing that program for the state of Delaware. So I've helped write contracts for Delaware to put out to install new EV chargers across the state with grant money, state money, and then also federal money. And now we're managing the program, making sure that they're getting to the places they need to be, that we're putting chargers where people don't have access to the chargers easily. That's one of the barriers to get people in electric vehicles and make them more established, is that people have to have access to chargers. And in urban areas, that's a challenge. If you don't have your own house with your own electricity, you're at a disadvantage. So we're trying to put those chargers in those locations, and that's why the government's kind of got involved, is if you just let the free market do it, they're gonna be in the most profitable places, which doesn't give access to everyone. So we've done a lot of modeling and mapping of where those chargers need to be. Another neat thing I've gone into is resiliency. So looking at Delaware's a very low-lying state, so we're experiencing flooding, and it becomes more and more frequent. So I'm helping DelDOT with a lot of the resiliency program, which is pretty neat. So do some evaluation of roadways, see what we need to do to raise those different roadways. One of the big ones I'm working on is a study of Route 1 in the coastal area. So if you're familiar with Delaware, the beach area, we're looking at that whole coastal line to see what we can do. What we want to do is stay ahead of it. We don't want to be reactive when that storm event comes. We want to make sure we have the infrastructure there in place to protect our assets. The beach for Delaware, that's a huge revenue source. If you lose the access to that, that's a major loss of money. And then we also do traffic engineering. So I had a couple of questions. And one of the things is, what do you need to do early in your career, and how do you get into the thing? One of the biggest things is early on is get internships. We like to treat them as the longest interview you'll ever have. So in an interview, you're in there for 50 minutes at most. We find out a lot about you. But an internship, it's 3 months that we get to learn about you. But the nice thing is you get to learn about the company, and you get to learn what you really want to do before you get fully in there. It gives you an opportunity to kind of pivot early on. So you get that internship, and you can say, hey, this isn't exactly what I want to do, but maybe this is. It gives you a chance to redirect. That's how I got into highway engineering. I found out, through internships what I wanted to do. So thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Cindy Circa, and I'm gonna speak from the heart as well. I'm currently a museum nonprofit, I guess, in that nonprofit sector. But I took a very non-traditional path, and that's really the story that I'm going to tell as to what I currently do today. So growing up, I was very artistic, very creative, wanted to go to art school, but kind of grew up with a poor background, not many resources, no encouragement from my family. So I was expected to start working after high school, the Monday after I graduated, and start paying my own bills. So my dreams kind of went smush. And so I continued on my path and worked my way up the corporate ladder, working in accounting and other various corporate lucky for me there at Grounds for Sculpture. I held many positions there. I wound up working there for 10 years. It was an amazing run. And at the same time, I was attending Mercer, did very well there. And lo and behold, I come home from a very tired day, and I get an email from the University of Pennsylvania saying, look at possibilities that await for you. We want you to come and interview with us. So I go to University of Pennsylvania, see what they have to say. They encourage me to apply just as any other high school student would, get references to essays, the whole deal, and lo and behold, I was accepted. But unfortunately, that was the year my daughter was starting college. My husband goes, well, how do you think we're going to afford for you to go to the University of Pennsylvania? And there goes my dreams again down the drain. So luckily, the woman who recruited me told me of a scholarship that was possible that I could apply for, which I did. Long story short, I got a full ride scholarship to University of Pennsylvania. So I entered as a history of art major since that was my love, but several weeks in, attended a what they call preceptorial at the Penn Museum of Archaeology and Anthropology, where I got to go down into the basement of the museum and look at artifacts from Mesopotamia from 3,000 years ago. Next thing I know, I'm contacting the gentleman that presented it. He had just said they got a major grant funding from the Leon Levy Foundation and the British Museum to digitize this excavation project. I called him, I said, thank you, is there any way I can become involved in this project? He said, when can you come and meet me? So then I began my volunteering there. My point is that all these volunteering experiences just kept snowballing and snowballing and snowballing. Before I knew it, I became a Near East Language and Civilization major. Then I wound up going on excavations to the Middle East, South America. I curated an exhibition at the Penn Museum. All these opportunities, you know, a lot of relentless work, time that I spent commuting to Philly from Ocean County, New Jersey, 2 or 3 days a week, 4 hours each day commuting. These professors were like, who is this girl and why is she like at the museum all the time? But it really paid off. And now I currently work for the Princeton University Art Museum, work for the Historical Society of Princeton, and I am graduating in May finally from Penn. The direction I'm going now is because of all of these kind of varied perspectives I've had throughout my life, working in the corporate world, working in real estate, working in nonprofit, working in arts. I can bring all these different perspectives to wherever I am now and really apply them. And all of the people I work with notice all of these different perspectives I have and that I can bring to the table in the nonprofit and museum world. So now I have the opportunity to become my own entrepreneur. I have people coming to me wanting me to be a consultant for their museum, for their historical organization. So now I'm in a position where I'm going to get my LLC and I'm going to start working for myself and I'm going to start providing resources and making connections. And the most important thing to me, you said that money isn't everything. Yeah, money is great, but again, for me, for my career, with all that I've been through and the point that I am now is I just want to continue to connect with young people especially so they don't not waste, but they get there a lot faster than I did. And that's what it's all about for me. And it's also about connecting with kids that don't have resources, don't have parents with cars that can take them to do extracurricular activities, and don't provide encouragement and try and give them inspiration to create their own opportunities. Because if you do create your own opportunities, you work hard, and you volunteer, you can change the course of your life, no matter how old you are. And I'll end with that. And thank you all for having me today. It's a real honor, especially to be with you. Okay. Congratulations, Dad. Great.
Thank you. I will be introducing the next panel. So for panel 3, can I have questions? Thank you to panel 2 for your time. For panel 3, can I have
A lot of my job, a lot of what I do is that I'm searching social media. I'm constantly on Twitch. I'm constantly on YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, looking for the next great big creator that can work with companies and build relationships with companies and help them grow to the financial success they want to be at. Great example, when I was at 2K League, we worked with, Agent, I'm not sure, Agent Zero, Casanak, Duke Dennis, Aiden Ross, we work with like all the big creators in the space, and that was my job to facilitate those relationships to help build engagement and viewership. And I'll walk back a little bit, but my journey started out of necessity actually. Xbox One was coming out. I'm not familiar with Xbox One and PS4, and all my friends were buying it. I'm from the era where PC gaming wasn't a thing, because growing up in the neighborhood we grew up in, not everybody had a PC. It wasn't a necessity like it is today. And so the only thing you had was your console. So I remember growing up and that the Xbox One was coming out. My friends were saying they were buying it, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna go buy it. And this is back in the Craigslist era. This kind of state my age a little bit, but I met this guy in the back of the alley when GameStop and bought my Xbox. Always paid for it too, because it's $2. But just long story short, I get home, I put everything on, I'm about to play NBA 2K, and I call my friends, I'm like, hey, let's do it. And they're like, oh, we were lying, we can't afford it, we're not gonna buy it till next week. I said, oh my goodness. So now I have this new console, I have no one to play with. I stumbled upon an app called Truist, which you guys are watching right now, and I remember seeing a creator, his name was Funeral Gaming, and he was playing 2K, talking to his audience, and having fun. I said, well, I can do that. I can get on and live stream and talk to people, and the biggest part of that was like, well, I can also get some people to play with. Right? So I have some friends, right? So I ended up doing that. I ended up, because of that, creating the biggest tournament in NBA 2K amateur league history. It was called King Kings. If you're familiar with 2K, it's my team tournament. Every big creator at the time participated in it. Just so now has what 10 million subscribers on YouTube. Cash Nasty Gaming was like 3 million on YouTube. Zach TCNJ, same thing. So I created an ecosystem that allowed the biggest creators in the space to perform in a very particular way for their audience, right? They were able to play with their fans, connect with their fans, create content for their fans, and also compete with their fans. From that, the NBA 2K League came about around 2K18, which is always a funny thing because it was 2K18 is considered the worst 2K, and I don't know if you guys play 2K, but it's considered the worst 2K, but that's the year that we started. So just to say safety was an uphill battle, but I remember when 2K18 came about, I'm a big avid basketball fan. I've trained, I've rep, I've coached. So I said, oh, this is a perfect job for me, right? I was working at Kansas Hospital for 15 years, Charlotte Warriors on Carolina. I was there, but I was like, hey, this is an opportunity to be great. I actually wanted to be the Knicks gaming head coach, general manager. But I'll say this, God works in mysterious ways because that opportunity, I got to the final call and I did a good job, and I was devastated. And I was like, I'm from New York, I love the Knicks, I love Patrick Ewing, how did I get this job? But a lot of my friends and comrades, they were also coaches and GMs for several franchises at the time, and they said, hey, the NBA is hiring for this role, and you're the only person who can do it. And I was a little reluctant. I was working at a hospital for 15 years, and I was like, hey, it's something new, but I have a background in gaming and streaming, but this is a leap, right? This is not an easy thing to jump into, but I sat down with the president at the time, wrote it down, we had a conversation, and voila, I became the NBA 2K League Global Community Ambassador. Now, what does that mean, right? My first role was to, build the community. That means connect with the audiences on all social platforms, plus all our streaming platforms, and help them bridge the gap between us and them. And saying, hey, these are our pros, come watch us, come enjoy us, come learn us. Then the second level, like I said, was influencer marketing. Taking the same influences in our ecosystem and our ecosystem and bringing them to us to help build audience engagement. In my time in the 2K League, I can say that what I did was the number one and number three reason why we retained viewership and engagement, which I'm very proud of. That's not easy to do, especially in a space where influencer marketing is still brand new. A lot of people don't fully understand it, and I'll give you a little quick example of that. How many people here are familiar with Consonant? Excellent. So, as you guys know, Consonant last year, he competed in the NBA celebrity game. So the backstory behind all of that, which a lot of people don't know, is I helped in that process. I was working with AAP trying to do a deal for the 2K League, and I remember the NBA was saying, hey, we want to work with Consonant, but we don't know how to work with him. We don't know if he can, be a perfect fit. This is the NBA, right? This is Big Brother. They still wasn't comfortable with influencers. They didn't understand. They think you're gonna jump on stream and do a backflip and curse people out. I said, no, there's a science to it. There's a math to it, right? And so I sat them down. I kind of gave them the ins and outs of how you would work with someone like that. And thankfully, now it's built into something phenomenal. Now, Castanat's the leader of their creator program. They're going to do their second rendition of the Creator Cup, which is they bring influencers together at the NBA Cup Finals, the Men's NBA Cup, and they're going to play basketball on an NBA court, and that brings in like 10, 20,000 fans, right? But something that they didn't truly understand, was afraid to jump into, it became one of their biggest selling points now, right? Now the NBA app, they have the influencers doing content on the NBA app, that brings in millions of views socially and digitally. So now something that they were afraid of is probably one of their biggest drivers now, in an era where influencer marketing is still brand new. It's like 23 years old, but it's the leading reason why you should be out here bringing in influencers, because it builds businesses and it helps build longevity, right? So I'll say that to say this. I love what I do. I know someone said they love what they do. I think I have the best job in the world. I'll say that I have the best job in the world. I got to go to 3 All-Star games. I sat courtside all 3. 75th anniversary, I got to meet my hero. Growing up, I was a Knicks fan, so I got to meet Patrick Ewing. I was literally in the room before they went out at halftime. I got to meet the GOAT of basketball, no, not LeBron James, Michael Jordan. But I met LeBron as well. But I got to meet Michael Jordan, a whole bunch of legends. I went to Syracuse, so I got to hang out with Carmelo Anthony. I knew him before, but I got to hang out with him again. So it was my time and what I've done and what I've created. And the reason why I'm here today is there's jobs, there's careers that people don't even know about that exist that can really change the world. And I say that because what we did, and Joe will speak to this too, we took people that looked like me and gave them opportunities. They had careers that span 5 to 7 years just playing a video game. And it goes deeper than that for me, because I took creators who weren't even getting money as creators. Some of them was about to go broke, but I saw them and I built with them, created a space where they can grow, and now they are some of the biggest creators in the space. So I'm proud of the work I've done. Hopefully you guys have some questions, and I'll pass it along. Thank you.
Nice. Actually, I was really captivated by your story. I found a lot of parallels in mine. My name's James. I'm the founder of Matt Motorsports. We supply racing simulators for corporate events. I think I said that earlier. I started my business during the pandemic, shortly after getting married and having a baby. So I'm not necessarily the sharpest guy up in this panel, probably. But you mentioned something about necessity, and I think it's the mother of invention. And so, long story short, we're coming out of the pandemic. Well, we're still in the pandemic at the time. My wife, she's a physician in the ER, and we've got this baby on the way. And at the time, I've got a job in corporate sales, software sales in the automotive space. And it just made sense for me to take a step back and try and be present at home, support my wife, et cetera, et cetera. And software sales isn't that interesting, so it wasn't that tough for me to leave. And so now I'm at home, and I'm learning old dog new tricks, learning all types of new things. Along the way, I realized I still need some type of outlet. I mentioned I worked in the automotive space. I started to get into to gaming simulators. I used to get out on my motorcycle or take drives in my sports car, but that's when I was young and single and had money, and that was none of those things anymore. So I've got my simulator in my basement, and it wasn't long before, after having a couple of friends over, I realized there was some interest here. Maybe I could put together a little side hustle. I'm no stranger to side hustles. Coming out of college, I was a DJ, mobile DJ. I managed a band. I booked a cross-country tour for an indie band. So none of these things were great wins in terms of windfalls and fame, but in my youth, I proved to myself that I could take chances, bet on myself, win, lose and get back up. And so all of that informed my decision to start this business at a very challenging time for my family. So I'll fast forward to today. You know, been in business about, I say we, I've, because it's a shop of one, and thankfully I've got some help. Actually, some help in this room. Okino, shout out to Okino, who I met through Miss Lean Team, who's worked some events with me down in the DC area. But 2 years later, I've got this business, and I'm serving automotive dealerships, a couple of Fortune 500 companies for corporate events. I mentioned earlier we're going to have a simulator being installed at the Prudential Center, and all this came on the back of an idea, not being afraid to take a chance. I'm not a gamer. I'm not really a motorsports guy, but there was a hobby I was passionate about, and I followed it. And that's really the most that I can, testify is don't be afraid to bet on yourself, take calculated risks, and yeah, we'll be there for now.
Hey everyone, I'm Joe Gallant. Been in the gaming, esports, and sports space for the last close to 20 years now at this point. Got to work with Graham at the NBA 2K League for the last 3 years. Really got my start, like a lot of folks in the room probably who love gaming, who love sports, who love competition. When I was kind of like later in high school, I went to my first tournament. I was a big Halo player, very competitive Halo player. Got pretty good. Realized I was like probably one of the top players in the world at the time. Halo 2. Went to my first tournament in Philly when I was like 17, and just kind of fell in love with the competition. Just fell in love with competing. Fell in love with, at the time, esports wasn't even a term, but it was just competitive gaming, and just really just kind of followed that throughout college. I went to work for a company called Major League Gaming at the time, which was really at the forefront of trying to build, basically trying to build the NBA or the MLB of gaming and esports at the time. Learned a lot through that. Worked on a whole bunch of different games at the time: Halo, Call of Duty, League of Legends, like you name it. And just kind of kept pursuing that over the years. Was recruited by the NBA to head up the NBA 2K League league operations team, and so what that means is I essentially oversaw all of the live and remote competition for the league, and really tried to build an ecosystem that Graham was alluding to. But the kind of the focus I always took with the role was like, how do we build like my background is really in grassroots advocacy and nonprofit work, and that's actually how I met Leontine. And so, I wanted to kind of combine those skill sets that I developed there and that kind of mindset with the esports world, and really build a league and build an ecosystem that really started from the ground up. I think when the 2K League started, it really started as like kind of a mirror to the NBA. Like, this is going to be the pro esports version of the NBA. And while that was great, they kind of created that out of thin air. And part of my goal when I came into the 2K League was we need to really build out the amateur and path to professional kind of pipeline in order to kind of drum up the interest and the support. And you see that in all different types of industries, right? Like, you need to kind of have a grassroots movement and community building movement in order to kind of make your end product successful. And so that was like always the lens that I took with it. I think these days I kind of view gaming as just like a new, gaming is part of the culture. It intersects with so many different elements of society. It's kind of become a new platform for marketing for social media. Younger generations are no longer really engaging with Facebook or Instagram, and they're on Minecraft and they're on Fortnite, and so I think it's important to learn about the space, for brands to interact and figure out how they can interact with the gaming space. And so I think that's where I'm more passionate about these days, is like, how do we kind of bridge the gaps with different industries. And gaming has a really passionate community, and the competition behind it is super passionate and super engaged. And so I think there's a tremendous opportunity for not just for tech companies, for nonprofits to kind of engage with these folks. You're seeing it every day. Some of the creators that Graham has worked with, doing live stream telethon fundraisers, for instance, raising millions of dollars from their community, kind of creating new funding streams for nonprofit organizations that didn't exist, 10, 15 years ago. So I think there's so much opportunity in the space if you just learn about it. And I guess I get some wisdom I guess I'll give for like the younger people in the room who are trying to pursue a career. I would say it's really all about connections. It's all about making connections. I would say start small, but think big in terms of TCNJ Gaming is a great example. Like build something locally, host tournaments, get that hands-on experience. Like working in esports, working in gaming is not about playing the game itself. It's really what skills can you bring to the table? What skills can you bring? Whether that's event planning, event production, broadcast. There's a million different jobs that kind of live in that ecosystem. So it's just about finding your passion and kind of like the skills you bring to the table, if that makes sense.
First things first, I want to thank God for allowing me to be here, as well as Ms. England. My name is Ryan Bibbs Jr. I'm from Newcastle, Delaware. I am the owner and CEO of Love One Sports Group and Marketing, as well as Love One Media Group. We are the only sports marketing agency in Delaware, and I am who I am and where I am as a result of my drive to serve humanity. I live by the philosophy that the greatest kings are the best servants, and that's how I live my life, which goes in the tenor and temperament of Dr. King's speech. Every man cannot be famous because every man cannot be well known, but every man can be great because he can serve. So that's where I base everything off and how I live. Here at Love One Sports Group, we thrive to serve our community and to serve our clients as well. I'm gonna just start off my story. When I was 19 years old, I was in college. A good friend of mine, he's actually in the crowd, Julian Brinkley over there. He wanted me to start, a basketball AAU program. We started with that, and I remember telling him like it's going to be deeper than basketball. It's always bigger than what you started off with. And that led to so many different things. Me meeting a lot of different kids, being and impacting a lot of different kids' lives, helping them, guide them on their lives and their journeys in, their sports world and their community thing. And it just created entire relationships for me and helping me connect with certain people. Here I am today. I have the privilege of leading my own business where I run and operate my own sports marketing agency specializing in branding, marketing, social media management, NIL services, contractual negotiations for my clients, day-to-day management, and now philanthropy in the year 2025, where we are looking to be fiscal sponsors for camps, clinics, mental health events. Whatever my clients want to do, that's what we're going to do. And I believe in giving back to the community is the most important thing we can do. I don't really have much to say, but I just want to speak about, my flagship event that I have every year called the Love One Classic. It's going on its 4th year this year. I bring in the top grassroots high school basketball teams to the state of Delaware to play in a showcase style day for 2 days. I have accredited volunteer hours for the kids involved, as well as scholarship opportunities. A kid from the event a few years ago got a scholarship to play at Temple, which was a big thing for us, as well as my relationships in different industries, connecting the dots for people. I believe that I am a great connector. I have a lot of relationships. I've been doing this thing for a long time, and it's not just sports. I'm big in financial literacy for all the kids that I'm associated with, as well as my clients, healthcare, just different things. And I'm looking forward to 2025 for me and my team to continue to grow, get better every day, continue to inspire the youth, and as well, increasing production and scaling for my business. I currently have 6 clients, and I've only been doing this for about 6 months. This is my first time speaking, if you guys can't tell. I'm actually very proud to be on the panel with these fellow gentlemen. I'm very humbled, and I'm just excited to where 2025 is going for me and my team. And thank you guys for having me again today.
How you all doing today? My name is Marquise Usher, PGA professional, originally from the DMV area. Graduated from University of Maryland Eastern Shore in 2018, and I'm currently the golf tournament director at Riverwood Country Club in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. I'm here today to talk to you all not only about the sport of golf, but about the business side of golf as well. A lot of people hear the word golf and they automatically think, oh, Tiger Woods, and that's not necessarily the case all the time. So I'm gonna give you all a little background about my story. Started playing golf when I was 5 years old. There was a guy at my dad's job that got him a set of golf clubs. He assigned it to me to the driving range, and I fell in love with the game right then and there. Golf is a game that has changed my life tremendously, and I'm gonna tell you all I can change your life as well. Growing up playing golf, I was in a program called the First Tee, which is a program that teaches you not only about the game of golf, but also life skills that I still use to this day. Growing up, I didn't really know exactly what I wanted to do, but my dad always told me, like, you have to do something that you love. You don't want to go to work and not like your job, like a lot of people do all the time. So I said, Dad, I don't know what I want to do, but I know I want to do something in the golf industry. And ironically enough, one day we were watching the Golf Channel, and there was a commercial that came up talking about the PGN program. The PGN program is a program that's PGA affiliated, and it's at 18 different universities in the country. It's a program where you learn about different things in the golf world that you can apply in your regular life, and you learn business skills, and you learn about the business side of the game. So I decided this would be a good route for me, so I decided to go to University of Maryland Eastern Shore. During my time there, I had many internships where I learned about the different business things you can learn in golf. A lot of people are not really ready for the work field because they don't have internships in school. So one thing I'm really big on is having internships. Because internships prepares you for what the real world is like. The PGN program has a 90% rate as far as getting jobs once you're out of school, and that's something I'm really big on. Once I graduated from University of Maryland Eastern Shore in 2018, I decided that the route I wanted to take was teaching the game of golf. The game of golf is something you can take with you forever. It's a great way for you to build relationships. It's a great way for you to build partnerships. And every person I talked to here today has had some kind of relationship with the game of golf. So I taught golf for about 3 years, and I really loved it. I love the fact that people would hit that ball straight, and they would get excited about, saying that, because golf is a very hard game if you all do not know. I decided that with all the things I learned in school, I wanted to take more of a managerial route, and I decided that I wanted to become an assistant professional, where I learned about merchandising, inventory, running golf tournaments, etc. And once I finished doing that, I decided, okay, let me take my writings even farther, and let me start actually running golf tournaments, because that's something I've always wanted to do as well. During my time of running golf tournaments, I've met many people. I've met many people from different nonprofits that help them make money. And the main reason why I'm here today is because I want to let you all know that if you all have a nonprofit or a business that wants to get a little more money, the best way to do that is through a golf tournament. And I want to also take this time to announce that Beyond Expectations will have their first golf tournament in May of 2025 at Riverwood Golf Club. I want to thank Ms. Lee and team for having me on this panel today. And I hope that you all just took this time and understand that golf can really change your life, and you should all pick up a golf club sometime. Thank you.
Hello. So I started too soon before when I came up here. But anyway, Sean Johnson, the general manager at Porsche Brooklyn. I've been in the automotive industry for about 26 years, Porsche 15. And with that, I like to say with Porsche, it became a true passion, being in the car business. And the car business has so much to offer. It helped me grow as an individual. It helped me become a better person, how to communicate. And when you come from college and you come about life, everyone's telling you get a job, figure out what you want to do. And I somehow got navigated to the car industry. And from there, I grew and worked my way through it. It has so much to offer. It's one of those things that I mentioned before. If you want to find out what you want to do in life, you got to find out what you're passionate about. And when I don't want to use that term loosely, because passion can mean many things, right? Meaning that, we have bad days. There's times you don't like what you do. And there's times where things don't go the way you expect them to. But like you mentioned, that, you know, every time I get in a Porsche, it makes me understand why I'm doing it. Because of the passion and the heritage behind the brand itself. Porsche is an aspirational brand, just like other products in the world. It doesn't have to be just high-end product, but it's a aspirational brand that based on how the engineering, it's a family business that they grew over many years. And today, Porsche has 70% of their cars still on the road. And how do you do that? You do that because you build something that you're passionate about. The engineering that goes into their brand, that transfers down to the dealership level. It's a very professional company. Like I said, I started before with Ford. Good brand. There are many different aspects. Everyone does things different, but Porsche is different in that aspect of it all. For anyone who had an interest in a career in that particular field, there's ways you go about that. And a person I can use as a testament is Brandon, my partner, meaning my brother. He's like a brother to me. Started as a young guy in the business. Started as a lot attendant, right? And worked his way up. And he's one of the most successful salespeople I know today. And it took time. It took time to get there. And he's able to take care of his family, put money away, create a future for himself. And that's the same thing that happened for me. My aspirations is to own a dealership. Opportunities are there. And that goes for anyone in the room who has that type of outlook on the business. As I mentioned before, you could do many different things with that. Everybody on this panel, the car business is almost affiliated with it in some capacity, if not more than others, like you with the race simulators and things like that. That you can start a career from it and tie into the car industry in some capacity, whether it be on the manufacturer side or it be at the dealership level. Dealerships like the one I run in Brooklyn, we do a lot of aspirational things or experiential things like, you know, art exhibits, fashion shows. We actually connected with the 50 years of hip hop. Things that you would think would be affiliated with the business, but there are people that collaborate, as the word that you use a lot, Leontine. There's a lot of collaborations that help other businesses grow and affiliate off of that. Even for like yourself working in the museum, there's so many things that you do that I never thought would tie into the car industry as a whole, that you can start to network and build things with people catering. You name it. There's so many different things that tie into it. And even on the aviation side, with technology, navigation, and other areas that you can add to the automobiles or bring it to our attention, and it could be something that we could use in the future. And also we mentioned about the EV side of it, which is the way the business is growing and how things are changing, where you can help, where people have anxieties about the EV side of it, and then you have companies that are out there to help our industry become more successful. And for anyone who has that type of interest, who's involved in technology and love technology, that's another side of the business you can get into as far as the future of the car business, which is the electric side. So I don't want to hold you up too much longer on it. There's just so many things about it that you can go into. But as I say, I'm passionate about what I do. I take what I do very seriously, meaning that I want to be probably as good as I can be and give back as much as I can to my community and make my family proud and the people I work with and live with proud as me as well. So thank you for having us today, and this was very great.
All right, does anybody have any questions for the panelists up here?
Hello everyone, I appreciate the time. One of the things I heard quite a bit is building ecosystems. I'm wondering from any of you, what is advice around how do you create an ecosystem or be able to create that community that you guys are driving in? Thoughts on ecosystem building?
For me, it was, I had to build the influencer marketing department from scratch. So it started with educating myself and then also building a network. To what Joe said, like I had to kind of lean on my team a little bit to understand the landscape and how can accurately use influencers. So I would say when you're building an ecosystem, research, education, and understanding.
Yeah, very excited because I was gonna come out on LinkedIn, right? Because it was a really big scary moment, telling everybody that I know professionally that I'm doing this thing now, and I can't turn back, or at least that's how I'm feeling about it. And the amount of business I got in the ensuing 2-3 months, just based on saying this is what I do now. I mean, I'm here now because Lean Team found me on LinkedIn and was like, you need to come. So yeah, ecosystem network building, definitely leverage LinkedIn and your online networks is what I advise.
Yeah, for me it was interesting, right? Because we were, Graham and I were at the NBA, so we were like, in the ecosystem of competitive 2K, we were the top of the pyramid, right? So it was about kind of identifying the actors and players in the community that already existed or were already doing the work. So it was identifying who's the largest amateur league that's running. Can we partner with them? Who are the top 2K creators that are also playing competitively that we can invite into the ecosystem to play and bring their audience to watch them play. And one example is like we partnered with an organization called Unified Pro-Am Association, and so we worked with them to create like amateur tournaments and live events that really got the community excited, and we were able to kind of pump up their brand, but also like showcase the NBA and how this is like now a pipeline to make it to the professional scene. So yeah, I would say you kind of see what kind of do your research and kind of see what exists and try to make those connections and collaborations.
I'll piggyback on that. Just knowing your research and knowing your environment. I always believed in the kids are the future. So in my community, I'm very much in their lives. So I always wanted to be present. I wanted them to be able to see me, be successful. I wanted them to be able to smell me, feel me, things like that. So I always wanted to inspire the youth and pay attention to detail when it comes to the needs that are around your area to figure out what is that I can do that's different from everybody else that makes an impact. So that's where I always was big at, staying in my community, giving back to my community, figuring out what we need to make our community better, and also inspiring our kids.
For my industry in particular, or how I lead, is to build relationships with people. You got to find who your players are, right? And what that is basically, it isn't always about the most talented people. Sometimes it has to be with loyalty, people who can figure out, who have aptitude to figure things out, or it can get you out of go through issues. Sometimes you have a bad day, or something happens that can put you in a bind, and you gotta have your go-to players, right? So in that particular case, that's when you need a true ecosystem of knowing who to go to and building relationships. That's usually a challenge for myself and my business, is because everyone has the people are always your biggest challenge, right? And it's leading in a way to where you get them to understand that you don't burn bridges, right? And a lot of people burn bridges because everyone wants to stand on their shield without being flexible. And one thing I preach is that we all have glass houses, right? So you have to be flexible in how you go about life, right? If you're not flexible, then you're only going to stay in one lane. So if you're not flexible, that means you're not open to letting someone else come in with an idea, or someone that can help you, because you never know when you might need them. And I'm big on that, big time. So that works for me.
Alright, I would like to thank panel 3 for taking time out to speak about what they do. So for the next panel, I would like to introduce. Let's give them the mic. Oh.
Hold on 1 second. There was a question right here. I want to make sure we get a. You had a question, right? I'm sorry. Somebody over there had a question.
Yeah, sorry. I
I
got
apologize.
distracted by doing the stream stuff.
Yeah.
Hi. My name's JJ, by the way, president of the club. Thank you guys all for coming and presenting. This is my first time hosting this style of event, and I'm so happy how it's turned out and how many people we were able to get out to share all their stories. Everything you guys say, no matter what, is so very interesting, and I'd love to hear about it. I had one question kind of for all of you in the area. I know both of you two were in esports area. You work in the esports area as well. I forgot I wasn't around for those guys. I apologize. But we are trying at the school to promote promote an esports center. We run an esports program, but that entire program is actually run asynchronously. And it's like kind of crazy because we've been at competitions, we've been in playoffs for things like Mace and such, fully without an esports center, just through people working together to get it done. And it's kind of hard to relay to the school about how important esports is, especially when it's coming from people who are barely able to download a browser. So trying to explain to them even these simple parts of esports can sometimes be difficult. So it's kind of like, what are the points that you guys would say about why esports and such is important and even how it can benefit the school? Because if I have, words of that from people who actually work in the area, then they can't say that, we can't trust you on it.
Guys talk as well. I say for me, I spoke at a lot of universities and colleges, and scholastically, I think the answer is sitting people down and showing them. So what I've done is I'll say, hey, like, let's say it's Apex Legends, I'll sit them down and say, watch these streams with me and understand and see the excitement and what this can bring to your university. And also on a university level, it starts with engagement, right? Just because it's esports doesn't mean it's separated from the college. Find your friends, find your professors and everyone, and grab them and have them come support the team by coming to events. It's similar to basketball, baseball. You gotta go out there and network and get them there and show them how important and the power of what you guys are doing. Because it's a very powerful thing, right? You're gaming, now you can get scholarships for esports. So I would say, one, sit down people, let them watch a stream of professional gamers. Two, go out there and network and grind and get them there and show them how powerful you guys are, what you guys are doing in the space.
I would just advise kind of trying to put yourself into your, I come from a sales background, so put yourself into your prospect shoes, thinking about, from the situation from the university's perspective. And I'll use an example with automotive because that's what I know. So when I first started pitching dealers, I would say, you should bring the simulator in here because, you're a BMW dealer and I can load up a BMW, it'll be a lot of fun, you'll build community, and that general manager of the BMW dealer, he wants to sell cars, he wants his staff to be happy, he's got the OEM, which is BMW corporate, breathing down his neck. So he's not really that interested in doing the things that I want or I think he should do. But if I can say, well, the OEM is requiring you to do 4 events per year, do a simulator event. That knocks 1 or 2 of them out. Or your staff, you've got staff turnover issues. If you do a simulator event once a month, that might have morale. So try and think about what the university has to gain and try and position what you're trying to do in those terms.
Yeah, just jumping off what you guys shared, I would say it's about trying to showcase to the university like what is the impact of the esports program in terms of, as you guys are building it, this is, esports to me has like a athletics. And so it's like taking that, and it's like harnessing that and like figuring out like, all right, figuring out the data behind it. Like, we're bringing new, we're generating revenue for the school because this program exists. Prospective students are applying to TCNJ because they want to participate in Lions Gaming, right? And like showcasing, telling those stories to senior leaders at the university, I think would be important. Would be how I would approach it from just like a marketing lens, if that makes sense. And then and I think people experiencing esports, I think esports sometimes is a very abstract concept. Competitive gaming is a very abstract concept, but like when you build an event and you host an event and you see the excitement of the players live and you experience that creates a whole different level of understanding. And I found that even with the NBA 2K League, when we would run events, we had Beyond Expectations at our finals, and it was just like, wow, I didn't even know this existed. it's just like being at a sporting event. There's trash talk. There's the players are getting hyped and excited, and so it's like a new level of understanding. So I would say those two things of like, giving those people, the administrators that first hand knowledge, but also like presenting to them like the actual hard like data of like we're engaging this many students, we're creating a new pipeline, we're creating a whole new extracurricular activity, and kind of approach it from that way.
I got a question. If y'all done that.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So I heard a lot of y'all speak about like networking and collaboration. One of the biggest things that stood out to me is how you connected Consonant to the NBA and like how y'all was able to identify beneficial factors for both parties. Also with you like connecting with the hip hop and all of that. So basically through them kind of collaborations and things like that, how did you like establish a foundation of like a creative space to where y'all will both grow from the different collaborations that y'all have? Even though that it might not necessarily like connect, like the businesses might not have nothing in common, how are y'all able to like create that connection and both grow?
I'll say the easy answer to your question is research. So I watched a million billion streams. So I understood the ecosystem at a really high level. So I was able to say, hey, this collaboration for Kai, this is what you're gonna benefit from it, right? Then I'll say the other side, yeah, this is how we benefit from it. Then we have a conversation based on those numbers and say, hey, okay, now we can equally grow from this. Because at the end of the day, anything you do is a relationship building, right? One thing that, and Joe would always hear me say this all the time, talk about creators, is like they grow, we grow. And that's the beauty of it. So at the end of the day, it's all about understanding how to build that relationship so both parties equally gain. I think that's
For us, it's Brooklyn itself is like a creative borough anyway. A lot of artistic people, and it's cool. It doesn't have just Manhattan doesn't have that pretentiousness about it per se, right? So that's and our dealership is unique. It's very boutiquish. Has an inviting invitation type of space. Anyhow, we have like lounge chairs, we have artwork around the dealership. I like going to work really because it feels like a big loft, and it's for the employees as well. Feels the same way. We have customers go to sleep in our place, right? But that being said, though, there are a lot of people who do event planning in our area, and there's ways that we compare, whether it be with Porsche makes their own watches. Porsche's involved in art. They're really into colors and things like that. So with that, as the tier 1 marketing started happening that way, it started to trickle down to the tier 3, to the dealership level. And then we became the only dealership in the country to be renovated the way we were, so we can entertain things like this, right? And it's about once again growth and reaching out to being more diverse than they've ever been before. Because a brand like Porsche has been looked at as traditional, not as diverse before. Now it's very diverse. They outreach into other venues that they haven't before, and that's how we got connected to people who come to me and say, hey, I have this idea, or what if we collaborate on something in particular. With Dave East, ASAP was at the dealership. ASAP Ferg was at the dealership. This was a couple of weeks ago. We had this masquerade party at the dealership. We unveiled a GT3 RS that a customer purchased. Who happens to be a detailer of ours. Is very successful. So there's a lot of things they know, and you get connected to these communities that I've never touched in my career outside of New York. So sometimes it's about where you're at too. If you can do things a certain way, then we have that flexibility to do so.
Just briefly, there's one thing I did forget to mention. I know that you're doing a little race simulator right out there. The top 3 laps will get a free golf lesson from me. So that's a good way for you to network as well. A lot of people that are in top companies play golf, and a lot of business deals are made on the golf course. So if you need some clubs or want a free lesson, come talk to me, all right?
Alright.
All right. Once again, I want to thank you, everybody, for panel 3. All right. Now, introducing for panel 4, can I have Dependent Oriani, Lynn Roberts, Kenneth Miles, Eric Brown Jr., Jim Parker, and Alton Ray.
With me, sir. Do I get 2 mics? Yes, definitely. Yeah, I do like interview and interview. 40, 50 minutes. I get this whole thing. About 35 minutes of pause. I'm all about showmanship. I'm sorry. I'm a showman.
Oh, I get to start? Oh, wow. All right, guys. Thanks again for having me. Thanks for inviting me. And so far, so good. From all the panelists so far, insightful. As far as I know, I'm pretty much set. I'm an artist, just to let you know. I have my financial backers right here. And I have, who else? I have my media outlets who can pretty much put me out there on the map. And so therefore, and I have my audience. So pretty much I'm good. Okay. I'm an artist. I sculpt, I paint. And I started out from a pretty early age. Originally from Jamaica. My mother showed me a piece I did when I was pretty much young. I had no idea I did it, but after growing up, she showed it to me that, yeah, I did this. Went to schools. My teachers, everybody that I knew in school encouraged me to do art. I guess maybe I was pretty good at it. And also going into, I had no idea what I was going to do until when I get to art school. Then for the first time I said, yes, definitely, this is it. I'm now an artist. And then when I sold my first piece during graduation, that's even, make it more meaningful. Right now what I do, I worked for the Johnson Atelier for like 29 years. I came here when I came to America. First I started as an apprenticeship program, did an apprenticeship program, and then I became staff and worked there for 29 years. The Johnson Atelier, what it is a foundry, and they cast artwork into metal, and it could be from bronze, aluminum, silver, and so what I became a technician. A technician means I learned how to weld. I learned about the casting process, which is making a mold, sand mold, finishing. And that's where I end up in the finishing department and worked there for pretty much almost the entire time, 28 years. And what that does, if you see a bronze piece or a metal piece anywhere, or a sculpture piece with any kind of color, that's what I do. And to get a bronze, which is normally a shiny, luscious metal, to get it to looking more like a brown, black, or green finish, you normally use a chemical process, whether it could be cold or hot, which means you use a torch with chemical to achieve this coloration. And with the automotive industry, if you talk about, I know about automotive paint, also industrial paint and commercial finishing, because we have to learn about that also. So like for the automotive paint, if you want your Porsche car to be painted and have a nice unique design on it, just let me know. I'm pretty much familiar with all the industry in different types of paint supplier out there, which is DuPont, used to be DuPont, now it's Chromex Pro, and so I know all about the automotive paint industry and commercial industrial paint. So talk about engineering, bridge building, stuff like that. The paint process of all of that stuff. We use industrial paint. Every time you apply a paint, so you have to know the thickness of that paint, and everything has to be within a certain amount of mils and how much you apply. And if that paint fails, then they're gonna come and get you. You have to make sure everything is applied in a certain way. So stuff like that. Although the reason I'm saying this is because as an artist, you're trying to express yourself in a very creative way, and it's good that you're familiar with the material around you and the media, whether it could be digital right now, and what you're doing, you're pretty much becoming creative in a space, or creative by creating an object, and then with the media now, the media is another world. We have the digital media, which is taking it to another. Oh, there's one more thing. The art industry, the value. I mean, it's like a over $30 billion industry. All right, it's over $30 billion industry. Okay, well, I don't have that money. I'm not that rich. But as a collector, the reason why I'm saying this, you can be a collector. You can be a collector. And you can build assets. All right, that's the reason why you can build assets. So therefore, inflation is taking over. Inflation is taking over right now. And if you want to park your money somewhere, buy my art. Anyway. But invest in art. You have the blue collar artists, and hopefully one day, if you invest in me right now, I will become a blue collar artist. But what happened? The return that when you invest in artwork, the return can be 100-fold. It can be, beyond your deepest. Look at, if you go to an auction right now, Van Gogh is selling for like what, $40 million, and $100 million, $150 million. Think of just one piece of art, and it's that big. So therefore, what I'm saying is that invest in art, invest in especially your, try to invest in your community, and if you have money, which I'm sure quite a few guys here, the bank is here, so different. Invest in your community because you'll never know. If you want to start with your, if you go, art school. Anybody who's graduating from art school, you go to those final year exhibition, try to acquire some pieces from there. If you don't have a lot of money, because you never know. You might be buying in the next 10, 15 years, a couple $1 million piece, when you pay like a couple hundred for it. All right. So pretty much, I don't know what else to say. That's pretty much me in a nutshell, trying to sell myself. And my audience right here, right? Yes, I get an audience. All right.
I'll grab the mic. I won't ruin anybody's thunder today. The last two ones have been pretty dynamic ones. Leontine was debating, can I bring him on the panel again or no? I promise to behave, Leontine. Thank you for having me. It's wonderful seeing everybody in person. We've had a lot of Zoom calls, and it's been great putting a face, and thank you. I'm going to very briefly tell you about what is Next Gen Hotels and Resorts. We are nothing but a quality audit company where we go to hotels all over the globe and do quality audits for them. We have a set standard of 500 key points which we cover. And our focus is just basically to create wow experiences for guests. That's what is this company all about. I started this journey 40 years back. It was the most uncommon thing from where I come from being from an Asian Indian family, where if you talk anything other than medicine and engineering, they think you're from an outer planet or something like that. So I was sent for therapy when I told my father that I want to join hotels, But somehow I managed to convince him and stuff like that. And here I'm 40 years later, successful. I put 2 kids through college, twin boys, they're doing well. I paid off my mortgage, so I'm fine. And I still continue to do radical things and new things. Like this book I wrote, which is released just in the last 1 year, it's been doing pretty well in terms of recognition. Just came back from a book tour in Dubai and India. Got great coverage and stuff like that. I recently launched my YouTube channel, Next Gen Hotels and Resorts, where in the first episode I'm showing how a hotel does a traditional welcome in Jaipur, which is a pink city in India, which was built in the 1800s welcoming Queen Elizabeth. And they say hospitality originated from there. And I wanted to cover that in this video. And I just had 76 subscribers to my YouTube channel, and today it has grown to over 1,500 with just one video. So, and the reason I'm sharing this, I'm not bragging about myself, I'm just telling all the young people out here, anything is possible, anything. Just come up with a great idea and just pursue it. Don't stop, just go for it. Nothing can stop you. And it's okay to fail, I've failed several times in my life. But get up and do it again and again and again. And I heard a lot of previous leaders here speak their heart, and I was very, very impressed, especially the young lady, the pilot, the beautiful pictures, the way you were talking, it was so emotional. Cindy sharing her story. Great stuff. I could be missing out some names or whatever. And these are the places where you network. Let me tell you what happened just today. So I have my next guest lined up for my YouTube video. And I just thought of doing it in a unique place. I don't like doing interviews in a boardroom or in a closed space. So I said, I'm going to do it at the grounds for sculpture. And here I meet Orton, who said, you can do it right in front of my sculpture. Cindy, who said, I'll give you a personalized tour so you can pick a spot and where, I'll give you the insides of it. How did this magic happen? This is networking. You know, you're looking for it in books and reading. No, be out there in the field. Touch, feel people. This was not me 40 years back. I couldn't even stand in front of an audience. I come from an Indian background. We sit at home and say, Om, Om, all that. That's our background. That's how we are raised. You know? But I rebelled, I fought out, and here I am. That's all I want to share with you, you know. The rest of the stuff is in the books. Read it.
And a forthcoming book.
Sorry?
I said, and a forthcoming book.
Yeah, oh, I forgot. Thank you, Cindy. You're hired as my PR. So I'm coming up with the next book, which is on culture in organizations. And what we are doing is, in this book, we are going to talk about how organizations in Asia, how they do culture in organizations, and the Western world. So it's going to be a collaboration, and I'm co-authoring this book. And I'm co-authoring this book with someone who was my assistant manager. And today he's grown and he's come to that level, and we're going to be doing the book together. Thank you, that's all.
Can I have it for real?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lynn Roberts. I am the founder and principal attorney of Roberts Legal Group. Our mission, our purpose is to help small businesses and entrepreneurs protect themselves through intellectual property and legal counsel. Intellectual property is very specific. Legal counsel is purposefully ambiguous because it is many different things. How did I get there? How did I start there? Over the last 20 years or so, I've just spent the last 20 years just building to this point. I've been practicing law for about 10 years, and at a certain point, before I started my firm, I was truly considering leaving the practice of law. And the reason for that is all the things that you hear about of the big professions: burnout, lack of satisfaction. It goes on and on and on. So, where that led me, I started out working for a small all-black law firm doing personal injury, criminal defense. Really I started doing it for free because I came from a small HBCU law school down in North Carolina that nobody up north had really known about, and so nobody was trying to take a chance on the new kid. So I had to fight my way into a firm, make the case for them turning me into a salaried employee, and then grow my book of business from there. I left from that, went over to the dark side of the defense, and I did the most boring law known to man called asbestos law. Anybody know anything about asbestos? It's literally from back in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, the building materials. There's dust that comes off of it, and if you breathe it in, you get mesothelioma, you get cancers. It's the most boring thing ever. There's nothing new about it. So I did that for a year, and then I ended up going to a university in Connecticut, working as in-house counsel there. Connecticut, I live in Delaware, driving back and forth to Connecticut on a weekly basis. It's not a fun thing. Not a fun thing. But then I wrote SEPTA for 7 years, back and forth, 360 days a year, in a suit, rain, hail, sleet, snow, all that stuff. So, what's a car ride? That's nothing, right? How I came into my practice was up in Connecticut. I'm sitting in a cafe my sister, she sends me a text message, says, hey, you know, I'm trying to register this trademark for this fashion line I'm trying to start, and, you know, they're giving me a very difficult time registering it. They're trying to deny my trademark. Can you do something? I knew nothing about IP at that point, but I'm a lawyer, so I said, okay, sure. So I go do some case law research, write an argument, we submit the argument. A couple months later, they approve her trademark. And, that was nice and everything. But what really stuck out to me about it later was she took that trademark, she turned it into a multi-million-dollar fashion line for herself. She ended up selling it to one of the big 3 fashion lines, and it really made an impact on her life. It really changed the trajectory of her life. And it really gave me that satisfaction knowing that I'm really, truly impacting people on the ground. COVID-19 happened, and they said, hey, listen, we're in the first 3 months of COVID-19. We need you back on campus here in Connecticut. Absolutely not. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. So I made the difficult decision to leave that role and go to another defense firm in Philadelphia before finally starting my firm. So I'm working this job in Philly, and meet my wife, we get engaged, we purchase our home, we get married in the back of our home before we move into it, right? Sign this big mortgage, all that, right? 5 days later, I'm laid off from my job. That's how I started my marriage. 5 days later, laid off from my job. So I'm in a tailspin at this point. It's like, okay, all right, we need to do some damage control. We need to start interviewing for other roles immediately. I need to start working, doing whatever it is that I can to bring in, income for my family, live on the savings that we have, live on the 401k, all that stuff, right? I'm interviewing, and I always seem to make it to the final round, and I always come in second place. You're our next up, but we're gonna offer this person the job first. If they turn it down, then we're coming to you. No one turned down the job. That's just not what happens. So, I ended up starting my firm as, and here's the important part of that story. A lot of our businesses are started as a trauma response. A lot of our businesses are started as a trauma response. I know for me personally, the last interview I had gone on for a firm, they forced me to drive into Philly, and we're a virtual world now. You insist on me driving to Philly, paying the gas, paying the parking, and then you lied to me. This firm lied to me about, we're still considering you for this role. I go on LinkedIn, I know the person that they hired. They not only hired a person that didn't tell me, they hired him a month ago, and they're still telling me, we're still considering you for this role. So that pissed me off. So I said, okay, you know what? Forget all this. I have the skills, I have the law, I have the passion, I know the thing that I want to do. Let me go ahead and start this firm. And so that was 2 years ago. And I have not looked back since. I have truly found the satisfaction I was looking for. I found the love for law again, the love for practice, the love for getting after it, and having that hustle, and the thrill of the chase and all of that. So what I want all of you in this room to realize is that each of you have an individual, powerful voice. My motto for 2025 is to take up space. Everywhere that I go, every room that I enter into, I belong in that room, just as you all belong in all of the rooms that you're entering into. Your skills, your talents, your resources, your experiences, it's not for nothing. It's not for nothing. Just as the young lady who she had that journey that took her all the way to the University of Pennsylvania. You have a number of different skills and a number of different experiences that inform everything that you look at. And so just take stock of what you've been through, take stock of what you've learned along the way, and let that guide you. Let that guide you. Just remember to appreciate the journey. One last thing, I also, in this time, I also founded a double-blind, peer-reviewed law journal where we publish legal scholarship that is intended to really shape the legal discourse. So they can try to shut you out, but you have tools, and you just have you have a certain spark about you that will prevent that from happening. No one can shut you out. So that's what I have.
Well said. So, I'm Jim Parker. I am the founder and CEO of Riverview Studios. We're a full-service television and video, digital media production studio located in Bordentown, New Jersey. I have to throw my hat into the ring for having the best job in the world, even though I think I'm number 3. But I'm still on the journey. The journey's not ending because you have to remember it's the journey, not the destination. I'm not sure what I'm going to do when I grow up, honestly, because there's so much to do. There's so many things. Anyway, I'll tell you quickly how I got here. I went to Trenton State College, TCNJ, all right? So I graduated in '74. My dad couldn't really afford to send me to college, even though, I hate to tell you this, tuition back then was $350 per semester. Yeah, I know. But that was a lot of money, because I was making $4 an hour. And I was working full-time. I worked full-time. I worked from 6 p.m. till 2 a.m. in Princeton. Then I came back and I went to school from 8 to 4. And I did that. And second year, this was in 1970, I saw a poster on the wall, exchange program. So I volunteered. I figured I signed up. I figured I'd never, ever get accepted. I got accepted to go to Germany for a semester, for a year. So I stayed a year and a half. I didn't want to come home. But while I was in Germany, I had sold my car and I bought a camera when I left. That camera became my constant companion, and I was taking slides and more slides. When I came back a year and a half later, I came back with a suitcase full of slides and left my clothes. Then I find out I can't afford film processing here, it's just too expensive. So, Kodak made chemicals, I went and bought some, and I tried them. And Bessler made chemicals, I tried theirs. I tried Fuji, I tried Unicolor. There were so many different chemicals to process slides. And so I tried them all. I got to be a little bit of an expert at it, and then I saw an ad for a part-time job as a photographer. And I called up and I applied, and the guy said, well, what do you know about processing slides? I said, well, and I proceeded to tell him. He said, okay, I got the job. So that was the second half of my college career. I worked my way through the second half of my college career after the exchange program, processing slides. We were doing big shows for Pan Am. That's Airways, for those of you who are too young, Mannington floor coverings, Breyer's ice cream, and on. Big shows for my boss. I was making $4 an hour. And when I graduated in '74, I was still working, but I'd run up they owed me, they'd run up a debt of $4,000 in past wages, and I had to quit. I said, I can't do this. They ultimately did pay me, but $4 an hour, $4,000 in debt. So I went to work as a school teacher. That was my degree, was in special ed. I majored in it. But life doesn't go in straight circles, and there's always rocks and obstacles on the way. And I realized that teaching just wasn't quite for me, not because I didn't like the kids, but because it had a lot of administrative stuff that went along with it, and that just wasn't my thing. So in 1976, well, my wife would say I've been unemployed ever since, but I've been self-employed ever since, because in 1976 I started my own company. I started what was the predecessor of Riverview Studios. It was called Parker and Company, and I built it into what it is today. In 1976, video was just in its infancy, And the very first camera that came out that Panasonic made, it looked like a radar gun, but you had to carry that and a big heavy field deck and a battery belt, and it weighed like 60, 70 pounds, but it did video. Oh my God. So I started selling video. I started selling video everywhere I could. And I don't know, I'm still here. So I guess I'm doing something right. But you have to have, there's certain words. I heard a lot of, people talked about collaboration. We talked about building relationships. I'd like to add perseverance. You really have to have perseverance. And if you see the obstacle in front of you, you've got to find a way around it. And don't give up. You have to have a vision. Oh, and most importantly, you have to have a goal. If you don't have a goal, you don't know where you're going. So you have to figure out what your goal is, so you have a direction. And so this career has allowed me to, I bought my own studio in 1990. It was an old factory, all built, beat up, and so I learned all about construction. I touched every square inch of that building over the past 35 years. Scraping, painting, sandblasting, putting epoxy floor down, oh my God, you name it. Put a metal roof on, we did it ourselves. Because you do what you gotta do. You do what you gotta do. And my dad always taught me there's a way to figure out how to make things happen, how to do things. I didn't know when I started, but I learned. I'm self-taught doing video because honestly in the 70s, there was nobody to teach you. You had to teach yourself. But it's allowed me to be a teacher. I taught at Bucks County College for a while, to be a mentor. I got my pilot's license. I get to work with amazing people like my colleague Allie, and the rest of my crew who aren't here today. And it's been an amazing journey that I'm still on. So having a vision, goals, setting a good goal, having imagination, passion, I heard people say that's so important. And just remember that it's not the destination, it's the journey that matters.
With that, it's the journey that matters. I'm just really inspired by the various panels and being a part of this esteemed panel. Eric Brown, I am a technologist, mentor, coach, and I have a passion for people and a love for technology. And as I think about my journey, a quote comes to mind. I was really touched by your reflections on kind of your last 2 years. And the quote that comes to mind, I think that summarizes some of the journey, is that it's not about the position that one reaches in life, but rather the obstacles in which one has to overcome while trying to succeed. And as I think about my journey, I've always been curious and a tinkerer. I would take apart computers, remote control cars, and that was an area where I was able to find that, you know what, I really enjoy figuring out how things work. And I realized that although that was something that I just enjoy doing for fun, the pathway to technology, computer science, etc. seemed daunting. And so I would do it just for fun. And so for me, being able to figure out how to help use technology to solve people's problems has been key for me. And so when I was 14, my first job was at Chuck E. Cheese. I was a game attendant, so I was 14 years old, and I was there, and one of my friends wanted to work there. He's a little older than me, and I was like, well, I want to work at Chuck E. Cheese too. And ironically, at the time, I had to like sign papers to go and work there because I was 14. And it was there where I was able to take apart all of the different machines that would get jammed, and I really found my knack for problem solving. And from there, I went on into saying, well, all right, now that I have a job, how do I get a better job than the one at Chuck E. Cheese? And at the time, there was a company called Circuit City, and so I would go in there just window shopping. And one day I was there, and a gentleman was looking at a Bluetooth device. And I was just telling him about the device, and I pretty much sold it to him. And he says, do you work here? I said, no, I'm looking just like you. He says, well, you should get a job here because you just sold me on this device. And I said, well, now that you bought it, you know what? I can help you configure it to your phone, configure it to your car. And he was like, yeah, you need to get a job here. And so that's where I was like, well, all right, I think I can see myself doing things in technology. So long story short, I got to work at Circuit City, and at 15, I got to get into this prelim program. It was called City. It was like City Group, and essentially what it was like the Geek Squad before there was Geek Squad. And so they said, hey, we're going to fly you to Boston to go for training. So I'm like 15 years old, never been on a plane before. They fly me to Boston, and my dad went with me. And when I was there, this guy came and he flew in. I think it was like Corel software. And I was there, he was like showing us how to use the editing software. And I was like, this guy, his job is to come and teach us about software. Like he just came, they flew him here to talk about software. I'm like, I want that job. And I was at 14. And so, or 15 at the time. So fast forward, I'm doing the work in technology. I work at another company called Circuit City. It was like Techspert, selling computers. And long story short, I found that I really enjoyed not only just learning about technology, but figuring out what problems the people solve. And so one of the lessons I'll share is that there's a question like, what pays? What problems are people going to pay for? What problems are you solving? And I figured out then that the problems that people were solving for involved technology or software in some way, form, or fashion. And so although at the time I wasn't fluently learning information technology, my hands-on experience got me in the door in different opportunities. So this being said, thinking about obstacles, I wasn't the most astute. I graduated with a C average, and they were like, hey, we don't really think that college is the pathway for you, Eric, in my kind of one-on-one counseling. And I said, well, I'm gonna apply, and I applied, and guess what? They were kind of right. I didn't get any acceptance letters. And my dad, he went to Delaware State University, my alma mater now, HBCU in Delaware, and I went and I talked to the group there, and they're like, hey, we will provisionally accept you. If you take some classes over the summer, maintain a certain GPA, we'll allow you to matriculate as a freshman. And so study communications and philosophy, and continue to tinker and build, and leverage that to be in a room like we're in here now. I had the opportunity to network. There was a conference called the Thurgood Marshall Leadership Institute. And essentially, I was in a room like this, I was walking around, and the way the job fair works, similar to ones you may have attended, is they go and they scan your resume before you go. And my resume wasn't necessarily one that was scanned, but I had the opportunity to talk to a hiring manager, and I was telling her about my journey and the things I would share with you as far as my journey in building. And she was the lead hiring manager at Microsoft. And at the end of that conversation, I felt good. I gave her my paper resume at the time. And the next day, I went to the job fair, and there's two lines. There's a line with individuals, with people who already got interviews who were scheduled, and there was a line of people who were just interested in trying to talk at the table. So I went to the first line, talked to them, walked around, and I was just kind of walking around. I was like, man, like I don't have an opportunity. And something said, get in the second line. And so I get in that second line, and I'm like, all right, what am I gonna say? Hello, my name is Eric Brown. So I get to the front, all right, hello, my name is Eric Brown. She says, your name's Eric Brown? She says, that sounds familiar. She says, did you talk to Kristen yesterday? I said, yes, I did. She says, oh, when are you interviewing? I'm like, I don't have one. Push it down for 12:30. Long story short, I got an interview. Through that conversation, got into the final round. They offered me a role with Microsoft my senior year of fall semester, and got to work for Microsoft right out of college. And from someone that just was interested in tinkering, to finding problems to solve, to building those connections and relationships. I think that it's really important to have a dream, but also take that step. And I think that in this season, one of the things I'm grateful to be here in this room, and I think that we should really be intentional about is there's power in proximity. And I think that there are people that can open a door for you, that can advocate for you, that can speak into your life, that can change the trajectory of your life. And so I think that today there's notion of innovation that's coming. And I think that we can collaborate with technology, but at the end of the day, behind all the bits and bytes are people and stories. And so I think that it's important for us just to continue to connect with each other and leverage technology for thriving.
I'm so glad to be here. So many things were shared today that resonated with me. And I was thinking about how did I get here? And the first thing that comes to my mind is the word obedient. I was obedient at 15 years old. When I decided to write a letter to my local newspaper, letting them know that they needed more coverage geared towards younger readers, such as myself. Left it alone. About a couple months later, I'm dating myself. I call my mother on a payphone. She says, hey, you got a letter from the Jersey Journal, which is my hometown newspaper. Go home, I open up the letter, and I'm scanning it, and it was just like, your proposal was timely. So they invite me up to their editorial office in Jersey City. I go up there, and it was everything I imagined it would be. I'm a big Superman fan, so watching those old Christopher Reeve movies, and just imagine meeting what it would be like to work at Daily Planet. So I go up there, it's like this massive room. I'm this young guy, and they hired me. And I became one of the youngest journalists to write for the Jersey Journal, and the paper's history. And so I started working there, got paid 35 hours a week to write this weekly column. And then there's something in me, I'm very ambitious. I'm like, okay, so I'm local, how do I get national, right? So I heard of this term called syndication. I'm like, hey, I think I had this discussion earlier. Like, you're young, play on it. Use your youth, right? You know, like they're not gonna say turn someone down, they're young and trying to get into the industry. So I would walk. Like, I would go to New York and find a list of places and people who I needed to meet. It's very important to know your industry. Whatever industry you want to go in, get into, know who's connected, know the people, know the players, learn the industry. So I would go with my work and go to New York and I would knock on doors, unexpected, right? Without an appointment. Some people would see me, some people wouldn't. So I would, I did this about like 4 or 5 times. One of the last places I visited was the New York Times Syndicate. And this receptionist, I'll never forget how she looked. It was hot. And she said, wait a minute. She went to the back and she brought 2 people for me to meet. Long story short, they ended up giving me a deal at 17 years old. I got syndicated by the New York Times Syndicate, and my column went not just in New Jersey, but it went Detroit, New Mexico. And I was like, hey, this is the field that I want to get into. What I learned about communications and media, it has the opportunity to bring people together, and also what I'm seeing right now, it can tear people apart. I'm here, like years, decades later, I'm still here. I've seen massive layoffs. I've seen the industry has changed so much. I started in newspapers. How many people read newspapers now? Very few. So one of the things that I've learned is I'm so hungry. If you have a passion for a particular industry, be adaptable. That word was said here earlier at one of the panels. Like, be adaptable. So now I got to speak to people and learn how to do this TikTok thing. Get on Instagram, because this is so important for me. what I've learned and what I realize right now is, and what I would say to anybody else is that, yeah, money is important. It's important to have a goal, but that goal should be bigger than you. So right now, I'm at a phase in my career where I'm thinking about my exit strategy, and I think that when you start something, you should always think about how you want it to end, right? One of the things like I've come to realize is that the Trenton Journal, which is a multimedia publication that I founded in Trenton 4 years ago, and I had a theme like everybody else with the whole pandemic. I moved to Trenton during the height of the pandemic, and I had so many questions. I'm like, what is life like here? I also saw that a lot of the news that I read wasn't highlighting what the people in my community who were doing great things. A lot is going on other than crime and crime that's not documented. So I created a newsletter that I was like, I get 100 subscribers once a month, and we far exceeded that. We averaged about 30,000 views on our website. We have a good group of people who read our weekly newsletter. And there are times when I'm like, okay, it's time to hang it up. I always get a message or a sign to keep going. Like today, I got a postcard from someone in China who told me that they keep up with Trenton news by reading our newsletter. And I'm like, okay, this is bigger than me. Keep going. Beyond the money. I say still learning. I graduated last year from West Virginia University with my master's because I know I have to stay adaptable. I have to keep up with the trends because this is an industry that I love. I love doing the work. I love networking. It is not for me to get something from someone, but I'm truly interested in people's story. Like you shared so beautifully about what it's like being a pilot. Like I felt like I was up in a plane with you. And this is my first time, like Mr. Wright, we did a story on him, and I was so grateful to share his story in our publication. We have a magazine, the Trenton Journal magazine. I should have brought my magazine and put it up like you. But one of the things that I want to do is to show people you can be anything you want to be. And self-esteem is really important, but in order to get self-esteem, you need to see, and I can only speak for, myself and my community, like for Black and brown people, you gotta see people doing esteemable things. You can be an artist, you can be a pilot, but I need to see those images reflected in my community. And that's one of the things that I hope that we do at the Trenton Journal. So beyond that, I'm a mentor. I provide opportunities for people who live in the area to freelance and work with us because I want to give back and I want to set the foundation for the next generation. It's important. And I hope that I share something that resonated with someone, but like this work is important. We need each other. And before I close, another word that was said, collaboration. We don't have to do this alone. I believe in working smarter and not harder. I'm going to connect with a few people outside of this room, but use this as a resource. Thanks.
All right, so I would like to thank everybody on the panel for speaking to us, but we have the last panel, which is panel 5, that's all videos, but before that, Truist has a special announcement.
my career, the opportunities, is that I see that the grass, the foundation being set at some particular point for all of us in this room, and saying that this doesn't happen overnight. And that's the message that doesn't go across, especially the generation gap that we have now with technology, IG, everything seems like it's instantaneous. That it's oatmeal that you just put water on it, it just goes into a food. That's not how it works. 80% of us aren't that lucky, right? We weren't born rich. We weren't born with silver spoons in our mouth. And it's not disrespect to people like that. Things just happen the way they happen. Most of us in this room had to work excuse me for cursing, our asses off. And continue to work our asses off to get to where we want to go, where we think we should be. So I just wanted to say that as we probably get down to the last part of it before, someone get it out.
Alright, well, before we get into the last panel, Truist would have a special announcement for us.
We can get up, right? We can leave, right? We wait here.
Hi, good
Focus needs to be
evening.
on them, right?
Good evening, afternoon, everyone again. We just wanted to, again, thank you for this opportunity to be here today to support this program and also to support Beyond Expectations. So besides the special gift that some of the young members of the Beyond Expectations program will be getting, I don't think we're announcing yet so they can unwrap it later what they're getting. With that gift, that was part of a Lighthouse project. So Truist has a variety of different ways that our teammates can give back to the community. We can do direct volunteerism. We have something called a Lighthouse project where there's something that we're interested in, they can receive a grant through that to support. So those gifts were part of the Lighthouse project that one of our teammates did. In addition of being a part of this, we are proud to announce that we are also awarding Beyond Expectations a $15,000 grant to support their their Future Founders program. So approximately 10 of the young entrepreneurs that are part of the Future Founders program will be receiving monies from that grant to start up their businesses. So we were very excited, and we just really thank Beyond Expectations for the opportunity to just engage and partner, and we look forward to partnering with you in the future. Thank you.
Alright, thank you, Truist, for the announcement. So for our final panel, unfortunately our guest or our panelist wasn't able to make it, so they left us with a few videos just to grace us with their presence.
Well, thank you, Ms. England, and truly, it's my honor to be here with you and your audience, your leadership team, and more importantly, the young people that are here. Um, to engage with you in this way could not be more in keeping with my why, my purpose, which is really helping others to be the best version of themselves that they can be. Audience, your leadership team. Well, thank you, Ms. England, and truly, it's my honor to be here with you and your audience, your leadership team, and more importantly, the young people that are here. Um, to engage with you in this way could not be more in keeping with my why, my purpose, which is really helping others to be the best version of themselves that they can be, utilizing all of my resources and talents and and opportunities that come my way. It's all about sharing. And when presented with this opportunity, I jumped because the work that you're doing with Beyond Expectations is right in line with what is most needed, I think, in our society today. It's just more investment in young people, helping young people to not teach young people what to think, but more importantly, how to think. And with what you're doing in the training space and the development space and how to utilize these resources that are available is certainly commendable. I would like to put forth the opportunity for Beyond Expectations to create the inaugural Golf Invitational, utilizing this $300 billion a year industry to help you meet your objectives. And what is my focus in golf, which is bringing more people, more underrepresented populations into the game and business of golf. It has been my mission and my passion for almost 20 years now to really open up those doors of opportunity to people, and as simple as offering an invitation for you to come and be a part of this incredible game of golf. You don't have to be a quote unquote golfer. You don't have to be proficient in golf. Golf is truly for everyone. And the industry has come to realize that through the work of so many people, including myself, but helping the industry understand that with that invitation and those doors of opportunity that we open, we bring more people into the fold, and it really makes the game much more enjoyable, and it makes it much more profitable for everyone involved. Well, thank you.
So since we're going in order, well, so here, thank you to everyone who is on these slides. Our youth entrepreneurs, one, our presenters from Truist, our panels, panel 1, 2, 3, 4, and now panel 5 again. Now presenting April Zay from Hummingbird Studios, the founder and owner.
Hi, my name is April Zay. I'm the owner and founder of Hummingbird Art Studio in Hamilton/Princeton Junction, New Jersey. So I have owned my own business since 2007. I am a fine artist. I went to school at the Fashion Institute of Technology. I studied illustration, and I went straight from there, from college into a graphic design job. So I worked in graphic design, packaging design for a couple of Lennox China and a couple of tabletop companies. So in 2006, I decided that I was tired of doing when I did graphic design. I was tired of putting other people's artwork into the packaging, and I wanted to get back to doing my own artwork. And I wanted to figure out a way to make that happen. So I worked really hard. I was teaching art lessons on the side. I was doing my full-time job, making connections, building sort of a network, and that allowed me to quit my job in 2007. So I quit my job. I went straight into teaching a summer camp at the Arts Council of Princeton, taught 8 full weeks. of summer camp to kids that were 5 to 7 years old, all day, every day doing art. And after that, what I started to do is building, teaching private art lessons. I made connections with preschools to teach at. I started doing commissions, pet portraits, looking for anywhere to get freelance jobs or make connections. I attended a lot of meetings with the Mercer County Chamber of Commerce. I was in a member shop Hamilton, and I really had a busy, full schedule. I started making jewelry, marketing, anything that was art. So I would tell my students when I go teach a class or program that I am a full-time professional artist, and I make art or do art 7 days a week. uh, we got stuck with COVID, and what happened during COVID time was that all of my work was canceled. I was working pre-COVID. I was working with preschools. I was working with senior centers. I was working with libraries. I was trying to make my art on the side. Very heavy balance of teaching artistry, not quite as much making art. And when COVID came, my calendar was wiped clean. And it's a very scary thing as a professional artist, as an entrepreneur. I'm sure we're affected too when all of that business, everything was closed up. We were forced to go back into our, we were home, we were out, we weren't part of the community. We were doing everything on Zoom screens. But the one thing that I did notice though with my life and my schedule is I had a little bit more time to learn about doing art, to go back and connect with making art. I did a self-portrait during COVID time with me and my dog, and I called it Strength and Grace. And I created new art. And then I was teaching a little bit less, but I was doing what I was doing had some purpose to it. And then I realized, I said, after the pandemic, I don't want to go back to the way things were before the pandemic, where it was just this constant, like, quickly trying to make money, taking whatever job I could take, overloading my schedule. So what I started doing was, as I brought back in more work when the pandemic eased up, is I started to work with organizations or work with classes or students that it's more meaningful work. I started doing training sessions and learning how to work with people with disabilities. I started looking at not just teaching, say, a preschool class, but actually mentoring teachers in the art and how to do arts integration in classrooms. I worked with Settlement Music in Philadelphia, and they were looking for an artist that could demonstrate some of the new curriculum to the teachers in the Head Start classrooms. And it was the idea of that we can integrate or actually it's almost like art immersion. We can put art and movement and music into the classroom as part of their curriculum, everyday curriculum, but we can introduce it in a way that is accessible to the teachers in a way that's affordable, that's not going to take up a lot of time or a lot of mess, but it's just this way to really connect with the students. And so my role became more to mentor the teachers so that instead of me teaching one classroom of students, I can focus on working with the teachers and they can pass that message on to multiple future classes.
To April representing. Wrap it up. Yay. They're not here, they can't hear it, but in spirit, I'm sure they would love it. So we have three.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining today.
Hi, my name is April Zay. I'm the owner and founder of Hummingbird Art Studio in Hamilton.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining today. I was so excited to get Leontine's invitation to speak at this event. My name is Rachel McGuire, and I am a project manager and transportation planner at Jacobs Engineering. Jacobs Engineering is a engineering company with about 50,000 people, and it's worldwide. The way I got to this job and what I'm doing now is what I'm going to talk about today. So, I actually have a civil engineering degree, and on my first job, I worked on traffic engineering. And I did that for about 6.5 years before I decided to take some time off to be with my kids. It was not something I ever really planned on doing, but I was lucky enough that with some careful planning, my husband and I were able to do it. It was about 6 years in that my husband actually saw it before me, and he said, "Do you think you should try to go back to work?" And at first, I looked at all these different jobs and things like that um, I wouldn't be making as much money as I would have been in my chosen career. And finally, I decided, maybe I should see if I can get back in. So I reached out to people that I had networked with and I knew from years of doing professional development and professional volunteerism when I was in my career the first time. And I had to knock on a lot of doors. And eventually I did get somebody to give me a chance. I was able to go back to work part time, and I went back at the similar rate that I was when I went out. And for me, I was excited about that. I figured there'd be a lot to learn and a lot to get back used to, et cetera, et cetera. Once I got there, everything came back really easily. In addition to doing some of the things I did at my first job, I was able to learn some nuances that I didn't do in my second job. So that was really exciting for me. And I actually progressed pretty quickly through the stages once I went back to work. So I started off, I think it was like 21 hours a week, which was really, really nice of them. And then as I got busier, I realized I needed to work more and I made some more arrangements and I just slowly worked my way up to almost full time. And it was a great experience. It was a wonderful stepping stone back into the industry. Um, about 4.5 years, maybe 4 years into that, I just realized that this particular company, although it was a great fit for many people, was not a great fit for me. And so I started, picking up my head and looking around. And again, I went to my network and I thought about who are the people that I talked to about their work and what are the things that they sound excited about that, maybe I might want to do. So I reached out to another colleague of mine who works at Jacob Engineering, is now actually my boss, but at the time I just knew him through ITE, that's the Institute of Transportation Engineers. And I told him that I was looking for change. And when he spoke about Jacobs, it always sounded exciting, and I liked the things that he did. And I was able to have coffee with him and another person from our firm, and it went really well. And they encouraged me to apply to the position officially. And that's where my career shift sort of started. So although the engineering company and the department that I was going to work on did similar things that I had worked on my two previous jobs, this job was going to be for transportation planning, which was a little less technical, a little more innovative. And I thought, this might be just what I'm looking for. So I started that job and it was a great fit. I loved being back in the city. I loved being with the more dynamic firm, and it has worked out really well. So I started off as a senior transportation planner, and through the years, I really have developed relationships at DelDOT. And last year, I was able to win an agreement for our firm that includes multi-year, multi-million-dollar agreement. So we have multiple projects under this agreement, and my team and I helped win it. Win it. So I run that contract now, and I really enjoy that. I enjoy team building and making sure that we have a nice team with us, and so forth. So that's my career journey, and that's where I am now. But what I wanted to leave you guys with is how I got there. You always have to network, and you always have to make sure people know who you are in a kind of casual way. So when you are looking for new opportunities or if you're looking for new ideas, you can always tap that network and just show up to things that sound interesting, show up to things that you like and talk to people. Get there in person when you can and have those off the cuff conversations, get to know people, ask them about things that they tell you about, so one happy hour or something, somebody tells you that they went on vacation, next time you see them, even if it's a year from now, you can ask them again. So, every single job I got, except for my first one, was through network connection. So that's really what I want to leave you with is, be ready to pivot, tap into your networks, and get involved in things that you might not think are part of your job description, but they're related, and you will get so much more satisfaction both out of your day-to-day job as well as your life by doing that. So, if you have any follow-up questions for me and you want to send me an email or give me a call, I will leave my email and phone number with Leontine. And yeah, I really hope you guys get a lot out of this day. Make sure you talk to people and ask questions. And I am rooting for all of you.
We have our second to last video from Justin Johnson. He works for the New York Yankees as a senior account executive partnership sales. Yes.
Happy to be here with everyone. I guess virtually. By the time you're watching this, I will be on a beach somewhere for vacation after a long season here with the New York Yankees. So really exciting year for us. The team had a successful season. Getting to the World Series and finishing second amongst 30 teams is always something to be proud of. And so for me being here in my first year, I started with the Yankees in April. It's been a really exciting ride and kind of a whirlwind. But being able to be along for the whole postseason, myself on the partnership sales team, I'm at every single game. And so it's really lively here. So there are a lot of cool things that, celebrities are walking around, high profile clients during the postseason because there's so much buzz, especially when you have two such large market teams and the Dodgers and the Yankees playing each other. So it was really exciting times. And for me personally, it was great because we had so many of our clients come out to games. So, it's tougher to meet them at times. But I was able to make intros, get to know them a little bit, which is really important for our business. And being able to drive business for the future and create strong relationships that help foster our partnerships here at Yankee Stadium. So really excited. Like I said, I was at every single home game. But we also, as employees, staff in the New York Yankees, got the opportunity to travel out to Los Angeles for the World Series. So I attended game one, which was really exciting. It was an incredible baseball game, but a tough ending for our Yankees. But quite the game to be at. And when you get to go for work on behalf of the company, it's really exciting to be able to travel across the country and watch the team play. So that's kind of my experience in the postseason, the World Series in my first year, but I can jump into a little more of my day-to-day. You mentioned I am a account executive on our partnership sales team. So I'm working to drive our business in terms of bringing in sponsorships and partnerships that fill the stadium with different brands. And, we can foster fan-facing activations on the concourse, HD screen features, exit sampling. So there's so many different ways we can engage our partners and put their brands in front of the fans in the way that our partners want to reach those fans. So if certain partners tell us it's important that they want to increase their branding and brand awareness, then we kind of have an idea of where their brand maybe should pop up throughout our stadium. They say they want to reach people all throughout New York, then we know maybe something that's going to show on broadcast is more valuable for them. So just working with partners to understand their business, understand their goals, and working to create something that works for us and helps us bring value to our fans through maybe providing products, providing discounts, but then also provides benefits to the overall brand itself. But I'll take a step back here and talk a little bit about how I got here. So I graduated from Lafayette College in 2020. and obviously graduating to COVID. So the whole time I had known I had wanted to work in sports. I had done some sports internships throughout college, which I can touch on a bit. But I had known I wanted to work in sports. So it was really difficult in COVID because of the fact that sports were shutting down. It felt like there was not going to be an opportunity for me in sports. I started interviewing for other jobs that I just really wasn't passionate about. So those interviews didn't go too well. But I kept working. I found an internship soon after graduating, which was with someone I had been in touch with prior. So it was a really strong opportunity with a small sports marketing agency. So we worked with a few brands on a consulting portion. And at the time, we were the agency of record for the MLB Players Association. So selling sponsorships or the group rights for MLB players. So it was a great opportunity. It got my foot in the door and then built on that.
We have one more. I can smell that food coming in. I'm so hungry, y'all. I know y'all too.
And our final video is another one from Anthony G. Stepney, who is, I now have his role on this one, a Master Professional Player Development for the PGA of America. This will be our final video. We'll have some closing remarks, and then we'll be good to go. Thank you.
So, I've played sports my entire life. I've played, the big ball sports, basketball, football. I played small ball sports. I played tennis and lacrosse, baseball. I've played them all. And after college, I was in a basketball league and was coming home every day after the league and tired and beat up, and the thought occurred to me that I needed to do something that was a little bit more sustainable. So I ended up going to a pitch and putt, which is similar today to like a Top Golf or some of these smaller golf courses, these executive courses that you see. And I picked up a club and I started playing and I fell in love with the game immediately. Went home, bought my first set of golf clubs at a big box store and taught myself how to play. If I had to do that again, I would have taken lessons, but who knew? And I really, really realized that all of the things that I loved about sports, I found in golf. It was a physical challenge, it was a mental challenge, it was an emotional challenge, it was thought provoking, it was analytical, it's all those things. And then once I really started competing in golf and I won my first golf tournament I ever played in, it was a Publix event. And then I won a second event and I realized, okay, I might have something here, but it wasn't about going to play professionally. It was about utilizing this game. Because I was a pretty good player, I would get invited to all these corporate outings. Everybody wanted me on their team and they would pay for me to show up at these corporate outings. And the people that I was able to meet and connect with over 4 or 5 hours was just incredible. I wouldn't have been able to do that on my own, right? And I quickly realized that there was something more to this that I may not have thought about previously. And then I decided I was on a trip after 9/11. For those of you who lived through 9/11, you remember we were all at this existential point where we were trying to figure out what was next. And I used to bring a group of guys to Florida for Martin Luther King's birthday weekend, and it was about 70 degrees. I'm in Palm Coast, Florida. It's January. The sun is shining, and I realized, you know what? I should be doing this. And I thought it through and I created a plan. I created my 10-year plan. And I was on my way to law school and just decided that, you know what, I wasn't passionate about that. I loved the law. I liked the law, but I wasn't really passionate about it. I was passionate about golf and more importantly, training and teaching. So the next year I was scheduled to come to Florida to go to the golf academy. But before I did that, I was able to volunteer at the U.S. Senior Open that was held in Maryland in Baltimore at Caves Valley Country Club. And it was that experience that really, it was a light bulb moment when I realized the level of sophistication and opportunity that was in and around the game of golf. And I was working in the corporate hospitality group and setting up these corporate tents and setting up these engagement opportunities and volunteering. And I see all these corporate people coming in, and of course, they were doing deals or just pressing the flesh and connecting. And I realized, that's that other piece that I wasn't thinking about. And I began to explore that, realizing that there were so many doors of opportunity for an underrepresented individual like myself to maybe bring that to the game of golf. So that's when I had the crazy idea of really focusing on the areas not of just training and development, but player development and opening up doors for more underrepresented people in the game and business of golf. So that includes, people of color, that includes women, that includes young people. It's so many dimensions of difference that we don't cover in the game and business of golf that I felt like it was too broad of an opportunity for me not to explore it. So that's how I literally got into this, and been very successful ever since. And what I want to do is teach you how to do some of the same for yourself.
Thank you so much. So let's now get to the end of it. Okay, hi, it's Shayna again. I just wanted to thank everybody for coming here. I wanted to thank Miss Leontine for making this all happen. I wanted to thank our e-board members, our e-board members that are here, and our e-board members who are downstairs, who are running the tournament right now. I just wanted to thank everybody for this wonderful experience and wonderful opportunity. And I'm excited for what the future holds between us and our relationship with Beyond Expectations. Thank you.
All right. I would like to say thank everybody for coming out and really just letting us young entrepreneurs network with all of you guys just to explain what y'all do for your profession and just giving us some insight on what y'all do personally and just letting us explore some more possibilities that we would like to take in. And so, with that being said, I just want to say I can't wait to see what comes after me connecting with all of you.
Finally, I want to say thank you guys all for attending. This has been amazing. This is our first Lions Gaming Career Summit, and the first one is always going to be the one that's the smallest. It's the one that you start out with and you get your foundation. This foundation is insane. Everyone being in here, even the start of it, there are people from like other rooms, even the people downstairs who are here for playing actual like events are coming upstairs and being like, "What's going on? What are they doing up there? It sounds so important. Should I be quiet? Can I go home and eat?" All kinds of stuff like that. So I wanted to say, firstly, thank you guys so much and congratulations for finishing your first Premier Summit. Secondly, stand up and stretch, please. Like, just up, float up a little bit. It's time to stand. Get your stretches in. We've been sitting for so very long. Oh, and after that, Miss Leontine has something. And then after that, you guys are free to continue to network. We are going to have our resume reviews happening as well over right across the hall in the business area. Matt Motorsports is still here with the car, so please go and see if you can win those free golf lessons and eat after that.
Thank you, everyone. I have, yes, feel free to clap. Clap as much as you can for these young people. Um, I want to say thank you to each and every one of these young entrepreneurs. Some of them, um, we've been working together since the pandemic, and I have just met them for the first time when I came here for the site walkthrough a couple of weeks ago. We literally have been working together, some of us 3 years, 4 years, and have never met in person. So that's one of the reasons why I'm really excited. Our students are from different states. Okino's down here from Virginia. I mean, I'm just saying. So I want to take this time, first of all, I want to say thank you, of course, to Truist for for their support. Thank you also to Chase for their support, because Chase has also supported our organization. I would like to just take a moment to acknowledge each of them that are here. Mr. Jared Mark, did these young people do a good job or what? Alex Reinhard, I know he was here. Right? He came back. When we held our very first esports tournament, thanks to Joe Galot, who we had reconnected after like 10 years. We worked together like years ago. I didn't know he was in esports. I found him on LinkedIn. I was like, wait a minute, esports? We want to do that with our organization. And Alex was the president at the time. JJ is the president now. And this group has helped us kind of continue to do this. Xavier Garcia, he's probably downstairs because he's the head of the tournament things here. Where's Gabe? Mr. Gabriel Winter, come on. One of our newest members, and awesome as he can be. Miss Janaea JJ Jeter, the new president of Lions Day. And Miss Shayna Carter, who handles everything community with Lions Day. Mr. Okino himself, Gordon, who also has his own company, and he came in a little bit later. So, tell everybody the name of your business real quick.
So I have a cleaning business known as Cali Clean that's in the local DMV area, all the way from Richmond to North Richmond. So I just signed one of our biggest contracts over the last weekend. Starting January 2nd, 3rd, I will be cleaning. Starting January 1st or the 2nd, I completely have the entire franchise of Angry Jerk, which is in DC and Maryland. So.
And he also happens to have been hired by Mr. James Lodbo, who owns Matt Motorsports. So they've been working together ever since. So these connections are so real. And then, last but not least at all, how about Mr. Jediah Anderson? He's doing a great job today, or what? I just want to, let me get out the way so that we can, I want you guys to see them. Because we were talking about the first 25 years of this organization. No, you get up there, let me get out the way. This is it. Look at them. Like, this organization is going to be around for a long time. You guys are phenomenal. And I just want to say it publicly in front of everybody. I appreciate every one of you. Stay connected, please. Stay connected with everybody. Everybody that's in this room, someone that I know, they're amazing people. Nobody here is flying solo anymore. So with that, everybody, thank you for attending our summit. Thank you. Oh, yes, young entrepreneurs, Joe Denise, you might want to put on your coats because our other sponsor. No, I didn't say this. Portia Brooklyn, another amazing sponsor. Please, can we clap it up for Portia Brooklyn? They have two Porsches that are here. We're about to go outside and take some cold pictures, but we're going to take some pictures in that Porsche. Okay, we're going to take a group photo. And also, Matt Motorsports, you guys, if you didn't get the racing simulators, you guys might want to go up there and have some fun with that. Thank you also to CNJN, who was our other sponsor, and Anthony G. Stephanie from the PGA. So, thank you, everybody. Guys, let's hang up over here by Chase and take a picture. Bring your certificates, please. Can you hold on for 2 more minutes?
Yeah, we are. We're doing 5-year programs.
Not those. No, bring your package. Do you have the Christmas gift? Yeah, the Christmas gifts are true.
I take fruit
Yeah, no,
lessons.
sorry,
We'll
we'll just
took
switch
a
your
lot of high user. So, you know, it took a little while to find out. But we're good.
Just
no.
you gonna take it?
Exactly. We're really, like, this is really turning into something pretty incredible.
You gotta go
Actually, right? Yeah. We cracked that code. Food's pretty expensive, actually. It's not cheap. Like, doesn't really have to be amazing.
Oh, sorry. Free food's always better.
Very 2 months, 30 G's. Wow.